A home surveillance camera picked up something unsettling, and after seeing the footage, the mother began questioning everything about her house. For a while, there had been random sounds, objects shifting without explanation, and an uneasy sense that someone was there. She ignored it before, but this video made her rethink it all. In the footage, the babysitter walks into the kitchen after realizing something is burning, leaving the child alone for a few seconds. During that short time, the child heads toward the front door. Then it gets strange. The child suddenly pauses, turns back, and quietly says, "B." Right after that, the door shuts hard and fast. Not like it was pushed by the wind, but like someone intentionally closed it. The clip has divided people online. Some think it shows a spirit, maybe the child's deceased father stepping in to protect them. Others believe it could be some kind of protective presence taking a familiar form. Whatever the reason, the mother now questions every odd noise and shadow in the house. After seeing the video, she is convinced something was there, though it did not seem to want to hurt the child. A man who lives in a quiet, wooded area along the Middle East coast enjoys going into the forest to train and work out by himself, sometimes in the morning and sometimes late at night. One night, while he was exercising in the woods, the surroundings suddenly became completely silent. Suddenly, the woods went completely quiet as everything had stopped. He froze as well, feeling that something wasn't right. Not long after, he realized something was watching him, and he believed that if he had run, it might have seen him as prey. What he described looked somewhat like a black bear, but also resembled a dog, and made a sound similar to a boar. Because of this strange description, many people think it could have been a dogman's sighting. Whether it was a cryptid or not, the sudden silence in the woods made the moment very unsettling. This footage shows an alien-like figure lying on a bed with only its gray head and shoulders visible.
Hey, what is that?
What the hell?
Like legit microphone? Yeah.
Its large eyes are closed, its mouth slightly open, and it looks completely lifeless while human hands poke at it without any reaction. The stillness and realistic appearance make it feel eerie, but at the same time raise doubts. Some people believe it's just a detailed movie prop, while others think it could be a doll used for a hoax or prank. In a recent Burninate video, the creators shared a scary moment they didn't expect. What began as a normal outdoor trip suddenly changed when a gunshot echoed through the trees. Startled, they stopped and looked around, trying to figure out where it came from. Not knowing what had happened, they decided to keep going, hoping it was just a random shot.
Holy! Stop! Hey! Hey! You shot my boat! It hit my boat!
Later, a voice claimed the shots were only fired at nearby trees. Even so, whether it was an accident or done on purpose, it was clearly dangerous. Luckily, no one was hurt, but it was easy to see how it could have ended badly. It's still unclear if the shooter really meant to hit trees or was trying to scare the fishermen. Situations like this raise serious concerns about safety in remote areas, where one careless gunshot can put lives at risk. So what do you think? Was it just reckless behavior or a deliberate threat? A brave rescuer saw a large alpha wolf fighting to survive after getting trapped in the icy water of a frozen river.
Easy, big guy. Hold on. Gotcha. Hang on. Stay with me. Don't bite. I know. Come on, up you go. All right, you're out. Easy now. This way. That's it.
Putting his own safety at risk, he reached into the freezing water and pulled the exhausted wolf onto solid ground, calmly trying to keep it relaxed. This brave and caring act gave the animal another chance to live, showing that compassion can exist even between humans and wild animals. Uncharted Travel is a solo exploration channel known for exploring abandoned homes, hidden spaces, and forgotten locations. This video was filmed on August 29th, 2020 at an abandoned rural house in Canada. The explorer walks up to the property through thick, overgrown plants soaked from heavy rain. Inside, the house is filled with creepy items, including family photos, scrapbooks, cassette tapes with strange labels, and disturbing animal displays. A mouse suddenly runs out from under a box, startling the explorer and immediately changing the atmosphere. As they continue exploring, the focus shifts to the family connected to the house, including the unexplained disappearance of one sibling and the unusually strict, controlled nature of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, is where I'm going to be sleeping tonight.
The last time I was here, there was a raccoon staying in this attic. So I'm hoping that he's gone now. And that
A hidden attic room is discovered, a space that once served as a child's bedroom and was later used by a raccoon. Even though it is cramped, the explorer decides to use it as their sleeping spot for the night. They set up a cot, arrange their equipment, and prepare to stay there alone. Afterward, they explore the upstairs rooms more thoroughly. Old clothing still hangs in place, religious plaques cover the walls, and a piano sits buried under dust. Letters and collages featuring dead animals make the house feel even more unsettling. The dark, cluttered rooms keep the tension high, while faint, unexplained noises echo through the building.
there's some kind of animal wailing outside. I don't know if you can hear that. I really hope it's not upstairs when I'm trying to sleep.
As the night gets darker, the storm outside grows stronger. Loud bangs and vibrations shake through the house, making it feel unstable, almost like it is moving. Strange animal cries can be heard outside, adding even more tension. The explorer stays on edge, keeping the lights on and their gear nearby in case they need to leave quickly.
Down the stairs. And it scared the life out of me. How the hell did this thing fall?
A shelving unit suddenly shifts and nearly crashes down the staircase, creating a terrifying moment. After that, the explorer retreats to the attic, secures the door, and prepares for a long night. Sleep becomes almost impossible because of the storm, the cramped space, and the pressure of being completely alone. By morning, the storm has passed, and the explorer comes out looking relieved but proud to have made it through. A realtor is showing a newly renovated apartment that had been abandoned for years. The building was completely restored with new walls, flooring, plumbing, and updated interiors. While touring the place, a woman interested in buying the apartment walks into the back bedroom to check it out. She looks around the room and opens the built-in closet, but the moment she does, her expression suddenly shifts.
Yeah. Is that closet?
That's washer dryer hookups.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, sorry I kicked you. There's a person in there. There's a person in there? Hello?
When she opens the closet, she discovers a man crouched inside, quietly hiding in the darkness with no expression on his face. Frightened, she instantly jumps back and rushes out of the room, shouting to alert the others. The realtor is completely caught off guard because the apartment was believed to be fully cleared and secured after the renovations. No one expected a stranger to still be inside. The tour quickly comes to an end, leaving the potential buyers shaken and wondering how the man managed to get there, how long he had been hiding, and if he had secretly been living in the building even before the renovation work was finished. Late at night, a man showed up outside a house, shirtless and wearing only shorts, looking disoriented like he might be under the influence. Moments later, he started banging on the door and even tried to kick off the doorbell camera.
Me? Yo! Whew! No, brother. That's me. What's wrong with you, man? What's up, man? Yeah, bro? Yeah, go get it, That's my fire, bro!
When the homeowner briefly opened the door, he was immediately met with the man's aggressive yelling and quickly shut it again. The stranger then hurled a few curses, hit the door one last time, and walked off into the darkness. Whatever his intentions were, and whether he even knew the homeowner, remains unclear, but it's a chilling reminder to always check who's outside before opening the door. Two friends were hiking along a narrow mountain ridge when one of them started recording. Then, out of nowhere, something unexpected happened.
Jesus.
One of the hikers lost his footing and almost slipped off the edge. Luckily, he caught himself just in time. One wrong step and it could have ended much worse. A man and his wife live in a home near the edge of a thick forest in the US. They moved there about 6 months ago to get away from city life and enjoy some quiet. At first, everything was peaceful, and they enjoyed the normal sounds of the forest at night. After a while, though, they started hearing something unusual, a sound that did not match any animal they knew. It would begin around midnight and always came from the same spot along the tree line behind their house. They initially ignored it, assuming it was just wildlife, but one night, the noise became impossible to tune out. Annoyed and curious, the man picks up his flashlight and phone and steps outside to investigate.
What the hands them in, big? Look at that. Man, I lost it. There's. The camera? What the is that? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Oh, nah.
As he shines his flashlight along the tree line, he notices something moving in the darkness. Whatever it is shifts around, then suddenly stands up, causing the man to run back inside. In the original footage, it is hard to see clearly, but after enhancing the video, it becomes obvious that someone or something is there. After this moment, it was never seen again. The person who uploaded the video says they have no idea what it was. What do you think it could be? A homeowner in Mississippi heard strange sounds late at night and decided to check the doorbell camera. The footage showed a large animal calmly walking across the front yard, and it looked like a full-grown lion. There are no nearby zoos or wildlife facilities in the area, which made it even more confusing. People who reviewed the clip said the lighting and movement seemed real, with no obvious signs of digital editing. There were also no reports of an escaped exotic animal and no public warnings. So far, no official explanation has been provided. After a long night of fishing, two men packed their gear and got into their car, thinking the night was over, until the quiet around them was suddenly shattered by something from all directions. Instead, a sharp screech cut through the darkness, echoing from every direction. Fear set in immediately, but whatever made the sound remained hidden among the trees. It might have been an animal disturbed by noise or headlights, yet the way it surrounded them felt threatening. In the end, it never came closer, leaving them wondering what was actually out there. In Thailand, there are these super strange transparent creatures called leptocephalus larvae that literally look like glass. They're actually baby eels, which is pretty surprising. These flat, almost see-through creatures move slowly in the water and survive by eating plankton, tiny stuff like microscopic organisms and small larvae floating around. As they grow into adult eels, their diet changes to things like insects, crustaceans, and small fish. Even though they're nearly invisible, they still get hunted by bigger fish like tuna and others. They can live up to around 2 years, and honestly, they're one of the most unusual sea creatures out there. In broad daylight, a trail camera captures a black figure moving deeper into the woods.
What the hell?
When looked at closely, it looks a lot like the legendary Bigfoot with dark fur and a strong, human-like body. It was also moving pretty fast, almost like it was trying not to be noticed. Some might think it's just an ape, but the area where this was filmed doesn't have any apes at all, which makes it even more strange. Either it's something unexplained, or just a really well-made hoax. This clip shows a creature that doesn't look like any known animal.
What the hell?
With features that seem like a mix between a bat and a wolf. Its shape even appears somewhat humanoid, which makes it feel even more unnatural. Because of that, it brings to mind creatures from myths like vampires or werewolves. The way it looks is definitely strange, but without clear details, it's hard to say if it's something real, a misidentified animal, or just a well-made fake. In Japan, this footage shows a bizarre creature that at first looks really disturbing, with a bunch of tentacles and arms that make it seem almost unreal. But after a closer look, it turns out to be a giant squid. The video was captured off the coast, and the squid is around 2.5 meters long, which is pretty massive. For some people, it might look scary and remind them of mythical creatures like the kraken, while others might just see it as seafood. A fisherman was out on his kayak near the coast of Oahu, Hawaii, enjoying a calm morning. He was recording his trip and had no idea he was about to film a scary close call.
Ah! Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me!
A huge tiger shark suddenly comes up and crashes into the fisherman's kayak, shaking the small boat hard. The footage shows a shocking, real moment of an aggressive encounter with one of the ocean's top predators. The clip is a scary reminder of how powerful sharks are in their own world. Was the shark just checking things out, or was it protecting its space from the kayak? On Wednesday, November 16th, 2016, two friends went fishing on the Nyara River in southwest Tanzania, expecting a normal day. But the dangers of the wild showed up fast and in a terrifying way. Without warning, something hit their small boat with huge force.
Okay, you made your choice. Oops.
A huge hippo crashed into the boat, almost flipping it over and forcing both men to struggle to stay afloat. In panic, one of them pulled out a handgun and fired shots into the water, hoping to scare the animal away.
Okay.
By pure luck, the attack stopped before either man was pulled under. They managed to escape without getting hurt, but it was very close to ending badly. Hippos cause more human deaths in Africa than most other large animals. They are very aggressive, especially in their territory, and can easily flip small boats. In this case, the gunshots may have scared the hippo long enough for them to get away. But if they had fallen into the river, they likely would not have stood a chance. Moments like this show how quickly a normal adventure in the wild can turn into a disaster. A TikTok account called C. Bennett Photography, LLC, posted about a frightening night. Shortly after going to sleep, a mother heard the back door open. Thinking someone had come inside, she quickly woke her partner, Jonathan. When they hurried to check the house, they discovered something even worse. Their child, Emerson, was gone. Emerson had been sleeping on the couch earlier, but now she was nowhere to be found. When her mother stepped outside, she noticed the truck lights were on. Sitting inside the vehicle was Emerson. As soon as she saw her mom, she climbed out and ran over. They brought her back inside, and she soon drifted off to sleep again. The next morning, when her parents asked what had happened, she said she did not remember leaving the house at all. We're out on the open ocean with marine explorer James Taylor as he tries to film something rare. He sets up his camera for a simple selfie, not expecting anything unusual. Then, out of nowhere, a huge, strange creature appears for a split second, turning an ordinary photo into a frightening encounter with an unknown predator.
How cool is that? Look at that!
It's horrible!
Hello!
You say hello?
Hello, sunfish. I need a sunfish. It's a humongous one. It's a ginormous one. I mean, look, it's like about as big as what we are. Yeah.
That might be the wildest selfie ever taken. Looking at its huge size and strange shape, what do you think this deep-sea creature really was? While trekking through a remote desert in an undisclosed area, a hiker noticed something that did not seem ordinary. Off in the distance, a slim road disappeared into a tunnel carved beneath a mountain, with no visible endpoint. There were no signs explaining where it led or what it was built for. If it extends underground, it could run for an enormous distance, possibly hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. With no official details about its purpose, the discovery left him questioning whether it was a routine structure or something more concerning, and whether approaching it would even be safe. In a remote river area in Brazil, police officers on patrol came across a desperate situation that needed quick action. The video shows a large injured jaguar struggling in the water, barely keeping its head above the surface and close to drowning. Showing real courage and fast thinking, the officers used a makeshift flotation device to stop the powerful jaguar from sinking. The footage shows the rescue team's strong commitment to saving wildlife. But one big question remains. What terrible event left such a strong top predator so weak and helpless in the water? A man is by himself at work, filming what seems like a normal shift, when he suddenly hears a voice that sounds exactly like him. Not close, not slightly off, but the same as his own. What makes it worse is that he says this has happened before. Check out this unsettling clip.
Oh my God. Boss? Ikaw na, boss? Natingo ko eh.
The place was supposed to be empty. No co-workers around, no visitors, only him inside. So if that is the case, who replied? What makes it even more disturbing is that he actually responds to it. In many legends about entities that imitate voices, engaging with them is considered a serious mistake. The belief is that once there is a reply, it signals awareness and allows the encounter to continue. These beings are often described as copying, watching, and slowly pushing limits until they get recognition. That is why the video unsettled so many people online. Not just because of the strange voice, but because he chose to answer it. And after that, things only escalated. Late one night, a man went to explore a location locals call the Crybaby Tunnel. Places with that name are linked to old urban legends across parts of the United States, especially in Texas and Ohio. The details change depending on who tells the story, but they usually revolve around a tragic tale involving a mother and her child near a tunnel or bridge. Some versions say the baby was abandoned. Others claim the child died in an accident involving a train or a fall. The legend says that on certain nights, the sound of an infant crying can be heard in the darkness. While he was walking through the area, he suddenly picked up on a soft, distant cry that seemed to echo through the tunnel. There was no one in sight, and the crying did not seem to come from anywhere specific. The sound continued, echoing through the darkness without a clear source. Growing more uncomfortable and unsure of what he was actually hearing, he decided not to stick around. Instead of searching for an explanation, he turned around and hurried out of the tunnel and away from the area. A woman was cleaning her cabin bedroom when she suddenly heard someone screaming for help. When she looked outside, she saw something unsettling. She had heard about situations like this before, so her first thought was that it might be a trap or something suspicious. But she couldn't ignore what sounded like an elderly woman in distress, so despite feeling uneasy, she ran outside.
Sweetheart. Hello? Sweetheart. Hello? Sweetheart. Sweetheart. It's okay. Are you lost?
Yeah.
Come on. You okay? Can you walk? Do you want me to call the cops?
Please.
Okay.
It turned out the woman had likely wandered into the woods and become lost, possibly due to dementia. Thankfully, the cabin owner decided to help and was able to get her home safely. This unsettling footage comes from Live 2-Day Wonderland, a family-run outdoor channel that documents real camping trips across the United States. Their videos mainly focus on off-season camping in the woods, hot tent setups, campfire cooking, and quiet time in remote nature, with creepy moments usually coming from how isolated the locations are. This clip was recorded on October 31st, 2025, at a National Forest campsite in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. As night settles in, the pair finishes cooking dinner on their wood stove, chicken, and wild rice with garlic bread, then makes hot drinks, and sits back to enjoy the cold autumn air. The area is completely deserted, with no other campers, no cars, and no nearby houses. The silence feels unusually intense, making the isolation feel even more real, even while they keep the conversation casual. There is no sound afterward, no footsteps, no movement, just silence that lingers uncomfortably. The forest grows even quieter, with no engines, no road noise, and no signs of anyone else around. The emptiness feels unnatural, and the campers point out how strange the silence is as the mood shifts from calm to uneasy.
Why? You wanted that.
It was really dark and there's really no light.
Kind of weird. What are you talking about? Are you serious? What do you mean, what ran into? Are you sure?
Later that night, one of the campers notices something out in the darkness and quickly asks for a flashlight. Nothing clearly dangerous is spotted, but the sudden movement, mixed with the earlier voice and the long silence, creates a tense moment. It is hard to tell if it was an animal or just a shadow, but it still rattles them. The next morning, they look back on the night and admit that even though nothing directly threatened them, the unexplained noises and unnatural quiet made the whole experience feel strangely eerie, especially on Halloween. In a video uploaded by a man named Jacob on March 9th, 2020, he goes out late at night to explore an eerie abandoned house. Locals often refer to it as the murder house, although no one is sure where the name came from. With a reputation like that, you'd expect something disturbing to happen. And it does. A few minutes into the exploration, Jacob enters a rundown bathroom, hoping to capture some paranormal activity. But as he begins scanning the room with his device, something unsettling occurs, and it has nothing to do with ghosts.
Hey, how are you going?
So who was that person in black carrying a flashlight who chased him out of the house? Police in White Settlement are searching for 2 people accused of trying to steal an ATM using a stolen SUV. Security footage shows the vehicle pulling into a 7-Eleven parking lot while the store was still open. One masked suspect rushed inside, smashed through the glass entrance, and attached a metal hook to the ATM while the vehicle outside attempted to pull it free.
Pretty shocking. It just seemed really violent. Somebody could have been seriously injured.
The force of the attempt caused shelves to shake and merchandise to fly across the store. After several tries, the ATM was finally yanked loose, but as the suspect sped away toward E30, the chain snapped and the ATM was flung onto the roadway.
It sends kind of shockwaves through the community, sends fear. When they went flying down towards I-30, the chain broke, so the ATM went flying.
The suspects escaped before police arrived. Authorities say the ATM could have contained up to $100,000.
Even if you're friends with these 2 guys, turn them in.
The SUV was later found abandoned in Fort Worth and was confirmed stolen from Dallas. No one was hurt, but police say the incident was extremely dangerous and has left the community shaken.
At this time of the year, you see that level of desperation, and that's what makes it dangerous.
Investigators believe the same suspects may be linked to other ATM thefts across North Texas and could face multiple felony charges. This footage was recorded by a family security camera that was installed after everyone in the house woke up to a loud bang in the middle of the night. After that, several other strange incidents started happening that they couldn't explain. Eventually, the family decided to install cameras to find out what was going on when no one was watching, and soon after, they captured something unusual. Besides the clear sound of breathing in the footage, viewers also noticed something moving on the right side of the screen near the staircase. When the family reviewed the clip, it seemed to match other strange things they had already experienced. Weeks earlier, one of the sister's relatives even called, asking why she had been standing on the front porch, even though she was actually at work and nowhere near the house. After that, the atmosphere in the home became even more unsettling, especially when the dog started reacting strangely.
What is wrong, Paul? Stop barking. Connor! Knock it off! Hey! Wait. What happened at the door again? No one's there. I want to quit. No one's there, honey. Nobody's here. It's all good. It's all good in the hood.
The dog keeps barking at the door, staring at it with intense focus, as if reacting to something the family can't see. Animals are often believed to notice things humans miss. When this is combined with the breathing caught on camera, the movement near the stairs, the possible mimic on the porch, and the dog reacting to space, it begins to seem like a pattern rather than a single event. It raises the question of whether it's just a coincidence, or if something in the house is slowly revealing itself. Ocean explorer James Taylor records a calm moment while exploring the blue waters off the coast of South Africa. Suddenly, a baby humpback whale comes up from below and swims straight toward him, getting surprisingly close before slowly swimming away. The moment is intense, but shows how gentle and curious these huge sea animals can be in the wild. While diving near the Sapphire Coast of New South Wales, a diver and his partner were having what felt like a perfect day. They had just caught a reef fish and were heading back up when everything suddenly changed.
CC, what? What? CC, what?
Suddenly, a huge 4-meter female great white shark showed up and began circling quietly in a scary way. With only a spear gun, the diver faced the shark head on. He did everything he could to stay calm, with his partner staying close behind him.
White shark. What? White shark, just over there. Let's get back in the shallows.
Okay.
Let's get to the rocks, alright?
He kept watching where the shark was and told them to move toward the shallow water and nearby rocks. Somehow they stayed calm and made it back safely without panicking. The shark never attacked that day. If it had, they would not have been able to react. The moment was scary, intense, and unforgettable. Later, marine explorer James Taylor headed out onto the open ocean. The video comes from Tyler Reynolds TV, a U.S. paranormal channel that documents real-time investigations at reportedly haunted sites. Tyler and his team conduct long sessions in forests and abandoned areas, letting events unfold without forcing reactions. This episode was filmed on March 3rd, 2024, in Freetown State Forest in Fall River, Massachusetts. At the entrance, Tyler talks about the forest's dark reputation, including links to unsolved crimes and reported paranormal activity. As they move in, they notice occult-style graffiti on trees. Soon after, they hear faint footsteps and whisper-like sounds while wind and rain pick up, creating an uneasy atmosphere.
Creepy woods, dude.
It sounded like something was thrown. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Faint voices and what sounds like distant singing carry through the trees. They sweep the area with their lights but do not see anyone. The layered sounds make it feel as though more than one presence is nearby, increasing the sense that they are not alone.
Our lights now.
Oh, 100%. There's no way.
After hearing all those stories, and now we heard people shouting and banging up there, I don't want to be near it.
Nah.
Alright, we'll tell what's...
Let's just get there. We'll talk.
Near a cliff edge, the group starts to feel disoriented. Through the rain, they hear shouts and see distant lights, while their equipment begins glitching at times. With visibility dropping and devices failing, the situation feels increasingly risky, as if the environment itself is turning against them.
We can't be screaming.
He's here.
He's here. You yelled for him. You called for him. He's blew out 3 lights.
That's how he showed he was here, and we didn't even notice it.
Who's he? Is this the man that I called in who's taunting Tori? The evil, demonic man that haunts these woods? Identify yourself.
During a ritual using 3 candles, all 3 flames go out at the same time without a clear cause. The team says they immediately feel anxious and watchful, calling it the strongest moment of the night. The experience adds to the forest's reputation, with ongoing strange sounds, disorientation, and the candle incident creating a tense atmosphere. Tyler and his team leave soaked and shaken, feeling that something in the forest was aware of their presence. In June 2022, an urban explorer named Connor headed out around 1:30 a.m., expecting a normal nighttime exploration. As he moved deeper into the abandoned building with only a flashlight for light, he had no idea he was walking into a dangerous situation. After parking his vehicle, he entered the decaying structure as he usually did, but what he found inside made him question whether he would ever do this again.
There's someone here. What is that noise? Oh my god. Oh my god, there's people here. I'm hearing voices. What do I do? I'm stuck. There's no other way out.
that wasn't the end of it. What happened next showed just how close he had come to a serious disaster.
Something that's extremely dangerous and dodgy that could have got me, okay? The same night that I went to this location, bearing in mind I left the location at about 2 a.m, so it was about an hour before it started getting light. It was about an hour before it started getting light. The building was torched. Someone set the building on fire, and the place is now burnt to the ground. This happened around an hour after I'd left. Those people who were in the building could well be the people that done this.
He stressed that no one should ever try what he did that night. The building might have already been on fire when he ran out, or it could have started just minutes later. No one knows for sure. But one thing is certain, he got out only moments before a potentially deadly situation and didn't realize until later how close he had come to a terrible end inside that abandoned building. A couple living deep in the woods uses several security cameras around their property to keep watch at night. Most of the time, the footage is boring, just trees moving in the wind or an animal passing by. But one night around 8 p.m., something showed up on their live feed that changed everything.
Okay, so alarms are going off and the rooster's going nuts. We caught some coyotes in the backyard. What is that?
It's probably that coyote.
Right there. What the heck?
Is that that coyote?
No.
That's not a coyote.
That's where's the dog?
Wow.
Well, you better go now. I don't know. The rooster's not too happy. Where's the dog? There's the dog. Why is she in her freaking pen? Ooh. What the? Oh my God. Okay, so it came back. What the hell?
There's Lucy right there.
Yeah, but you see where it's standing?
Yeah, it's looking in the window at you.
It's at our window. What?
It's a good way to get shot.
And the dog's just staring.
So why is the damn dog not barking?
Oh my God.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What? All right, go,
A humanoid figure suddenly burst into view. At first, it moved on all fours, fast and unnatural, almost animal-like. Then it slowly stood up. Once upright, it walked through the woods step by step, getting closer and closer to the house until it reached the worst possible spot, right outside their window. Just as suddenly, the figure turned and sprinted back into the trees, disappearing into the darkness without a sound. What makes it even more unsettling is not just what they saw, but how calm the couple stayed the entire time. So what do you think it was? The terrifying footage comes from The Haunterage, a UK-based paranormal channel that investigates haunted locations and local ghost stories. Their videos use EMF meters, spirit boxes, and EVP sessions, capturing real reactions while staying curious but skeptical instead of forcing dramatic claims. This video was recorded on January 11th, 2026, in a wooded area between Huntington and Brampton in the UK near Nuns Bridge, a place linked to old folklore and disturbing reports.
Yeah, we had screaming on the way down. So, and this is also like a national. Is it a country park?
This is a country
It's a
park.
country park. So why is there screaming here?
No, I'm going to turn
at
my
half
headlight
11
on.
at night? I don't know.
You're probably wondering what that was on my head. There we go. Can you see this? Can you see ahead of me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Wait a little bit. Yeah.
Cool.
I
Right.
think the glare on the camera's a bit. I can't see much, but hopefully you guys
You
can
see?
see. Oh my god.
Oh, sorry. I was
Knock
just
me out.
looking at the screen.
I can't feel my
Right,
fingers.
I'm getting absolutely nothing on this.
Oh my gosh, you literally got a light on your head.
Oh, sorry.
You're blind.
Sorry. I'm getting absolutely nothing on this right now, which is kind of disappointing because I was hoping. By the way, if you're hearing my voice is like bunged up, I've got a cold right now, so I shouldn't be out here. Anyway, I'm dedicated to the cause. Now, this is scary, by the way. If I just look down there and I see a figure,
That's honestly
I'm
how
running.
I'm running.
I'm running. You're on your own.
I'm gone. There's also like a little marshland down there as well. So God knows what could be in there.
Yep.
Don't want to know.
Still getting absolutely nothing. We have got other tests. Sorry, I've got other tests to try. We'll keep doing this for a moment. Just look at that. That's something out of a horror film. That is.
Yeah, that does not look okay. I tell you now, if I see something, I'm running.
Yeah, me too.
One man for himself.
And I actually am faster than you. So
No, you're not.
you sure?
I'm faster than you, man. Yeah. Test that theory. Cool backpack, by the way.
Thank you. I actually forgot I had it on. So there's that. Do you want to hold it?
Thank
Because
you.
it makes me actually lighter so I can run away if something happens.
Little turtle.
Thank you. Right.
Right, nothing yet.
There's absolutely.
Need to summon her in a minute.
Yeah. We'll ask her some questions.
Yeah. The ice is
if she's
actually
here.
frozen as well. You can't see that, but it literally is so frozen.
Morgan and his girlfriend head into the forest near Nuns Bridge. The ground is frozen, the air is bitterly cold, and the narrow paths are surrounded by marshland. At first, the EMF meter shows nothing unusual. Even so, strange sounds keep echoing through the woods. They could be animals, but in the darkness and isolation, they feel a lot more unsettling.
Are you trapped here? Do you wish to communicate? Give us a sign if you wish to communicate.
Nothing on here yet. We'd like to communicate. Can you make yourself present?
I have something there. That sounded like help.
Morgan uses the spirit box to try to make contact. A few words and phrases come through that seem like they could be answers, but he also points out it might just be radio interference. The uncertainty makes the moment tense as he listens closely, trying to make sense of it.
Is there anyone here, any ghosts here, any spirits that wish to communicate with me? I smell dog poo. I genuinely smell dog poo. Which isn't good. That's probably.
While standing there, Morgan suddenly notices a strong smell similar to dog food. With no clear source in the cold forest, it feels unsettling. Soon after, sharp, unexplained noises cut through the night, followed again by distant screams. Nothing clear is ever seen, and no solid paranormal evidence is captured. Morgan admits that while the sounds, spirit box phrases, and strange smell were disturbing, nothing definite can be confirmed. He ends by saying, "The location itself left the strongest impression, and he plans to continue investigating haunted places across the UK. A man and his partner started dealing with something disturbing inside their home. For days, they kept returning to find their living room and kitchen completely messed up. Pillows were thrown around, cabinets left open, and small items knocked from where they belong. At one point, a neatly folded stack of laundry was spread across the hallway, as if someone had walked straight through it. One of them blamed the cat at first, but it did not make sense. The cat could not have caused that level of disruption. To settle it, they set up cameras, and what those cameras recorded changed everything. The footage proves one thing clearly: the cat is innocent, but it also reveals something far more disturbing. There is another presence inside the house, one they never invited and do not understand. After seeing the footage, their concern shifts from who is causing it to what they might be living with. Watch closely and see if you notice what they did. After a second clip was shared, viewers in the comments started forming their own theories. Many said the movement felt like a child's spirit. What made it even more unsettling was that the activity did not stop when night fell. Watch this. How do you explain a chair slowly rocking on its own in the middle of the night, as if someone were sitting in it and gently pushing off the floor? That detail changed everything. Some viewers believe nighttime activity like this means the presence has grown comfortable. Others think the chair is connected to the mess seen during the day, pointing to the same unseen force behind both. If it is a child spirit, some believe it may not even realize it is causing fear, just playing and exploring. Until more updates come out and the couple understands what they are dealing with, the case remains unsolved. Angelo, the creator of the YouTube channel Exploring with Angelo, is known for exploring abandoned places and sharing their forgotten stories. During one trip with his friend Mo, they encountered more than they expected and soon found themselves in a risky situation. Their exploration started at a large abandoned farm where two old houses were strangely joined together. Curious about the unusual building, they decided to head inside, unaware of the disturbing encounter that was about to happen.
Whoa. Yeah, really. What the hell did they do over here? Look at this tree. That's not normal. Would it get hit by lightning or something? Right? Yeah, it literally looks like it got burnt. Wait, was this a zoo at one point? I don't know. A zoo? Oh, because of that? I don't know.
Right before they stepped inside, they heard several unusual sounds that made them nervous. They couldn't tell if it was an animal or something else, but it hinted that the place might not be empty. Inside, the house was in terrible condition, showing clear signs of vandalism and neglect. As Angelo slowly filmed the surroundings, the level of destruction became clear. Yet within the mess, they began noticing strange details connected to the building's past.
It sounded like there was somebody walking upstairs. There shouldn't be anybody in here, you never know. Maybe there's an animal or someone hiding in here. But check this place out. I don't know why vandals always seem to target this area. Every time you come into a vandalized abandoned place, this is what people seem to want to do.
In one room, they noticed large boulders strangely arranged like furniture, along with a newspaper from 1984 that showed creepy clown images, leaving them uneasy. As they kept exploring, the place only became more puzzling. The basement revealed another mystery, a small, dark tunnel leading somewhere unknown. When they moved to the sheds outside, things got even stranger. They found old signs suggesting the property had once been an emu farm, including odd advertisements about tasting emus and emu oil.
Whoa. There's like a side entrance as well, which is cool. What the hell?
While moving through the barn's confusing layout, their exploration suddenly turned frightening. Mo noticed a figure shifting in the darkness, and panic quickly spread. They realized they weren't simply being observed. Several people had appeared and were now chasing them. What followed was a tense escape across the dark farm. In the confusion, Angelo and Mo had to run in different directions to try to lose the people behind them.
What? What smell? Oh, well, you said you smelled something. You saw them? See them? It's coming. Go, 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 go. Well, man. Oh, man. We're being followed by somebody. A group of them, apparently. What the hell? Mo? Where the hell did we go?
With his heart pounding, Angelo switched off his light and was left in complete darkness, hoping to stay hidden from the people getting closer. After a tense escape, he and Mo eventually found each other again and managed to shake off those chasing them. Shaken and worn out, they quickly left the property. A man is by himself at work, filming what seems like a normal shift, when he suddenly hears a voice that sounds exactly like him. Not close, not slightly off, but the same as his own. What makes it worse is that he says this has happened before. Check out this unsettling clip.
Oh my god. Boss? Ikaw na, boss? Natingog, uy.
The place was supposed to be empty. No co-workers around, no visitors, only him inside. So if that is the case, who replied? What makes it even more disturbing is that he actually responds to it. In many legends about entities that imitate voices, engaging with them is considered a serious mistake. The belief is that once there is a reply, it signals awareness and allows the encounter to continue. These beings are often described as copying, watching, and slowly pushing limits until they get recognition. That is why the video unsettled so many people online, not just because of the strange voice, but because he chose to answer it. And after that, things only escalated. A man owns a workshop in a remote area, and one night around 3:47 a.m., his motion-activated camera suddenly turned on and recorded something unusual.
Spooky.
A figure is seen standing still before it starts moving, and it looks like a woman wearing a long white dress. The workshop owner found it strange because the area is a remote industrial location with nothing around it. He also said the direction she walked leads to an enclosed fence with no exit, with stinging nettles and a railroad track behind it. The motion cameras never activated again, meaning she was never seen leaving. It's possible she climbed the fence and disappeared. A brief but disturbing video appeared online from an anonymous TikTok account called AC.Adventurer. Even though it was less than a minute long, it felt urgent right away. The clip was titled, "Got the hell out to Dodge real fast," with no context, just a raw reaction to something the person clearly did not expect. Recorded deep in the forests of Alberta, the scene looked peaceful, but the sounds in the background told a different story. As the camera pointed toward the trees, strange, unnatural sounds echoed through the forest. The noises were low and distorted, hard to identify, and did not clearly match an animal or wind. It sounded like whatever was making them was moving nearby. The tension was clear in the creator's breathing and shaky camera work. There was no explanation, only a caption later asking what the sounds could be. The video ended suddenly, suggesting they left quickly. Someone hiking in a remote area of the UAs recorded a clip showing a strange, human-like shape in the distance. The figure appears very pale and unusually thin, moving in a stiff, awkward way. At times, it bends low to the ground, almost as if it is struggling to move properly. Online viewers quickly compared it to so-called pale crawlers, creatures described in internet lore as thin, light-colored beings that move unnaturally and keep their distance before disappearing. Still, the video quality is poor, and the movements could easily be the result of editing, distortion, or perspective, making it difficult to determine what was actually captured. A night vision clip shows a huge creature crawling through a forest on all fours, moving toward the camera while growling in a way that feels straight out of a horror scene. At first, it might seem like a big cat such as a tiger or lion, but its face does not match any known animal and gives off a strange, unnatural vibe. It looks dangerous either way, but there is strong doubt around it since it could easily be CGI or edited footage, and even people reviewing it are leaning toward it being fake. A TikTok account called Jensen's Journey shared home security footage showing a young boy walking around his house late at night or early in the morning. At first, nothing seems unusual, but this is where things suddenly start to get strange. At one point in the video, toys on the floor seem to move on their own, shifting position without the boy clearly touching them. The objects slide while he's standing right there, almost as if something unseen is trying to get his attention. At one moment, the boy's mother appears to notice the movement as well, but she doesn't react strongly. Some viewers think it could be something paranormal interacting with the toys, while others believe the clip might simply be a staged hoax. On the YouTube channel, Creepy Outdoors, the creator records solo camping trips and remote spots most people avoid after sunset. In this episode, he walks into a forest that feels off as soon as night falls. Almost every tree is lifeless, with snapped and fallen trunks scattered around. Heavy spider webs hang untouched, and the silence feels strange. There is no natural light at all, just total darkness. He mentions that if someone got lost in conditions like that, they might have to stay put until daylight. As he continues forward, he grows more disoriented, blocked by fallen wood and surrounded by trees that groan as they shift. He briefly likens the mood to the Blair Witch Project, and then things take a turn.
Man, this place is so lonely. Imagine just being lost out here. It feels like this would never end. Oh, hi. What the hell? I need to get out of here. Oh boy. Ooh. Okay.
Out of nowhere, he hears it, a voice. Not wind, not something far off or unclear, but a distinct human-like sound coming from the darkness in front of him. His reaction is immediate. His voice changes, he freezes, curses, and the calm tone he had been keeping is replaced by sudden panic.
That was creepy. I need to get out of here. Whew. It could have been campers, but this area is extremely secluded. I need to get back to camp. That must be a deer stand. At least I think. It's pretty damn old. I know I sound like a broken record right now, but damn it, I need to find camp. I'm sorry guys, that voice absolutely threw me off and my sense of direction. I hope you don't blame me for getting out of there.
The lifeless trees stretch on, quiet and endless. He begins apologizing to viewers, saying he has to leave and cannot keep going. Fear overrides reason. After a few tense minutes of trying to find his way, he finally spots the faint glow of his campfire. The relief is immediate. Back at camp, he attempts to settle himself, opens a drink, and thanks the audience, but the unease remains. Even though he returned safely, one thing is still unclear. What was that voice? Was it another person? A sound twisted by the forest? Or something else entirely? Whatever it was, it changed a simple solo trip into one of his most disturbing nights. Jasko, a filmmaker and urban explorer known for investigating disturbing locations on YouTube, often explores abandoned areas and remote forests with his friends Chris and Ben. One place, however, stood out: the Devil's Forest, known for reports of violence, deaths, and disappearances. On September 16, 2025, Jasko and Chris set up camp deep inside the forest, unaware that the situation would soon change. While walking along a trail, Jasko suddenly heard someone calling his name in what sounded exactly like Chris's voice.
I just heard my name being called from down the trail.
The unsettling part was that Chris was actually about a quarter mile away in the opposite direction. What happened next stayed with Jasko long after the trip and reportedly kept him from sleeping properly for many nights afterward.
But Chris is in that direction. Chris? But if he's down there, then... What the f***? Yo! Who's down there? Hello?
This was not Jasko's first unsettling experience in the forest. Years earlier, during a winter camp with his friend Ben, they heard footsteps crunching just outside their tent while they were asleep, and a spirit box message warned that someone was getting closer. Shortly after, a scream echoed through the frozen forest. When they went out to look around, they discovered fresh footprints stamped onto a log lying across a frozen lake.
Look on that log right there.
Holy...
Ben? Those are feet prints. Look at that. What? No.
The footprints had no clear source and stopped just as suddenly as they appeared, leaving the incident unexplained even today. Back in the present, Jasko had just gone through what he later described as the most terrifying scream he had ever heard, and soon he and Chris were about to discover the story behind the Devil's Forest.
Chris? Chris, did you hear that? Somebody just break a window? What was that? What was that?
As they were getting ready to sleep, a sudden loud noise, like glass breaking, came from right outside their van. When they stepped out to check, there was no sign of anything damaged or broken.
Something there? I don't know. But Chris, what would make that glass noise?
I don't know, that's what I'm wondering. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense.
Is someone out here like messing with them?
Just moments later, Jasko and Chris experienced what they described as the most frightening moment of the entire night.
Chris! Did you see anything?
There's a light! There's a right there.
Oh! Oh!
There's someone out
Chris,
there?
what the?
What is that?
Yo, there's someone out there. There's someone out there.
Bro,
That's a light. That's a light. It's moving. Chris, it's moving. There's someone outside the van right now.
A moving light soon appeared between the trees, making it clear that someone or something was nearby and circling their camp. Afraid for their safety, Jasko and Chris left everything behind and ran barefoot into the night, not stopping until they were far away from the forest. Whether it was something paranormal or an actual person was never confirmed, but one thing remained certain. Both times Jasko entered the Devil's Forest, he ended up fleeing to protect himself and his friends. In 2012, Cello bought a strange pendant linked to the mysterious Aleister Crowley, just as she was battling an addiction. Since then, her life has been plagued by a series of odd and unsettling events. The most disturbing of these occurred on June 5th, 2025, when, while doing the dishes at home, Cello heard strange noises from the hallway. Feeling uneasy, she decided to record the moment with her phone, capturing something truly chilling.
Okay, I'm so crazy, right? Here we go. Baby's terrified. Hold on. I know you're okay, Pasa.
First, Cello heard banging sounds, followed by the door at the end of the hallway opening and closing on its own repeatedly. The camera on her phone began to distort and shake without explanation. What really alarmed her, though, was her dog, who ran away terrified, whimpering. Cello believes that something is connected to her, something that follows her wherever she goes. In the following video, a father and his son were sitting in the living room waiting for the mother to come home when something unsettling happened. The child, Bentley, began playing with pots and pans like a drum set, so the father, Walter, started recording to send the cute moment to his wife, unaware that something strange was about to be captured on camera.
Whoa!
While the father was recording, the door in the background suddenly opened on its own, and a children's item in front of it collapsed moments later. Since only the father and son were home at the time, the event left them unable to explain what had happened, and the family is now trying to purify the house. In early 2024, YouTuber Luke Explores uploaded a video titled Exploring an Abandoned Prison. His channel focuses on urban exploration, documenting deserted and forgotten places across North America. In this video, he and a friend travel to investigate SCY Greensburg Prison. They arrive early in the morning, hoping to explore without interruptions. For several hours, everything goes as planned as they walk through the decaying hallways, filming the quiet surroundings. Sunlight shines through broken windows, lighting the dusty air. At first, the place seems calm until things suddenly change.
There's no cars.
there at all. I'm so confused. Like, it sounds like they're right below us.
While exploring an upper hallway, a strange noise suddenly breaks the silence. It sounds like metal being cut or drilled somewhere below them. Both of them stop and listen closely. Confused, Luke tries to figure out where the sound is coming from. There are no workers, machines, or vehicles anywhere nearby, yet the noise echoes directly beneath their feet. They begin to suspect someone might be using equipment underground, even though there's no sign of any work being done. Carefully, they decide to move toward the lower levels to investigate.
Alright, so we're gonna go downstairs really quick, because that's where it sounds like the drilling's coming from. And it smells like oil, so I kind of want to run down there and just see if I see anything. Should I run down there real quick? Okay, so literally directly on this side of it underneath us, it's like the sound is like carrying it. There is basically like literally like right here, like an underground pathway that is somewhat lit up that goes like here to here. So they might be doing something like underground or something. I don't know. That might be why they don't have cars here. And that might be why we can't figure out where they are. So I think we should keep going. Oddly enough. What the hell?
As they move further down, the smell of oil becomes stronger. In the distance, a faint flickering light appears in one of the hallways. Luke suggests it could be underground demolition or maintenance, though that seems unlikely since the prison is abandoned. Soon, the sound becomes louder, mechanical, steady, and very close. Feeling uneasy, they decide to turn around before anyone notices them. After a while, everything goes quiet again. They climb onto the roof and look around for any signs of activity, but find nothing. When they later return to continue exploring, the tension rises again as footsteps echo through the corridors.
That's pretty cool. What the heck? Oh my goodness gracious. Here's us thinking that this would be the best day to do this. Oh, so quiet because we were walking down one of the main hallways that was connecting to all the cell blocks. And we thought we were getting further away from them. But all of a sudden, I looked for Kari, and I thought she was downstairs because I heard someone coming up the stairs, and I saw the shadow coming up the stairs of a person. And then I looked, and she was right next to me. And then I heard the grunting, and we just started running, like tiptoe. So we ran into like this little back cell, and we've been hiding here. And he literally walked like on the outside of it. We're not sure if like he just came up and walked out because we heard a truck drive away, or if like they're just still here for some reason. If there's multiple cars here and they're still here, I don't think it's gonna make sense for us to stick around a little longer. So we're just gonna hope. We're gonna hope they're actually gone. So we're gonna give it one more minute, and then I'm gonna turn the camera back on and keep going. So let's explore. You ready? Alright, there's no one out there. Do we want to wait another minute, or do we want to just send it? See if we can see anyone out there. I think let's wait 2 more minutes to play. We'll go see.
A moving shadow then crosses the stairwell. Even though both explorers are standing together, it becomes clear that someone else is inside the building. They quickly step into a small side room and whisper while listening closely. The noises don't sound mechanical anymore, they sound human. That's when they realize they may have accidentally come across an active demolition crew, possibly with guards nearby.
He came up that staircase on the right-hand side. Kari. You know that's the front, right? Okay, I didn't realize that. That's why he walked out this way. So, for the third time in like 20 minutes, we were about 5 seconds away from getting caught red-handed because the workers are using the main hallways here. So, every time we keep going up the hallway, literally one of them keeps coming up the stairs. But they obviously weren't doing any cutting in here.
Even the smallest movement triggered more footsteps and faint voices nearby. When they looked through a window, they saw a pickup truck parked at the entrance with a guard inside, blocking their only exit. For nearly 3 hours, they stayed hidden while footsteps and tools echoed through the building. Eventually, the noises faded, and it seemed the workers and security had left. Luke and his friend then quietly moved through the corridors and slipped outside unnoticed. The next video is from The Journey is the Destination, a solo channel focused on paranormal and cryptid investigations in remote forests and swamps. The creator usually goes out alone at night, documenting real reactions while looking into things like Bigfoot reports, strange sounds, shadow figures, and other unexplained activity. This investigation was filmed on December 31st, 2024 at Horseshoe Bend in Florida.
All right, we have made it out to some fairly creepy woods. I've already made the trek. It's about 2.5, 3 miles to get back to this location back here. We're at Horseshoe Bend tonight. We're at Horseshoe Bend tonight. I swear to God, that was 2 knocks.
Not long after reaching deep into the woods, the explorer becomes clearly nervous when 2 loud knocks echo nearby. The sounds are strong and close, enough to cause instant panic. He says they match things he's heard at the same spot before and admits he feels on edge right away. He explains that he's about 2.5 to 3 meters into remote woods and swamp, with a river close by and very few easy ways out.
That really got me off my game a little bit because I wasn't expecting it to start right away. Now, the last time I was here, I also saw the weirdest looking humanoid creature. It had like black eyes. It was so creepy. And on my way out of here, I got lost for about 30 minutes. Then I found my way out. And then every so often on my way home, all the way out of these woods, I kept seeing this thing, and I'm getting chills just talking about it. It freaked me the hell out. But we're off to a good start.
The explorer talks about earlier visits to the area, where he says he found strange footprints and once saw a humanoid-shaped figure. Remembering that makes the moment more tense, especially since the new knock suggests something could already be nearby.
The hell was that? I don't see any gigantic acorns on this tree. What the heck was that?
While watching the tree line, he reacts to a shadow moving behind a tree, like something briefly stepped out of view. Nothing clear is caught on camera, but the movement feels intentional and clearly rattles him.
Here seems to be full of something. I found the footprints over here. I've seen the creature over this way.
Shadow.
A shadow?
He walks toward the area where he had found footprints before. The air feels colder, the swamp thicker, and the water deeper. Something moves nearby, and he keeps saying he feels like something is there. He reacts again to shadowy movement near the trees, growing more uneasy.
I'm not gonna lie. That either the cold front finally kicked in, or something creepy is freaking following me, because it is ice cold behind me. Trying not to have a little bit of a panic attack right now, because honestly, I do not trust kids. I do not believe that God leaves children on earth.
Billy.
Hi, Billy.
As he starts to leave, he hears heavy movement in the branches nearby. It sounds much bigger than any small animal. The noise moves alongside him, making it feel like something is following as he leaves the swamp. After several hours, he safely gets out. Looking back, he describes the night as intense and deeply unsettling, pointing to the close knocks, strange impacts, shadow movement, responses to communication, and the constant feeling of being watched. He says he'll review the audio and footage more closely and asks viewers to listen carefully for anything that might have been missed before ending the investigation. Marine explorer James Taylor and his team were checking the coastline when they came across something shocking, a huge injured creature from the deep ocean.
But that's definitely something that's been smashing it, eh?
The video shows a very rare moment, a huge injured giant squid washed up on shore. As the team rushes to check its injuries and size, something totally unexpected happens, changing what seems like the squid's final moments. Seeing a giant squid is already rare, but what happens next is hard to believe.
Going into the boat! Because she's going into the boat!
Did the surfers manage to save this famous deep-sea creature, or did the ocean have one last surprise waiting for it? A group of people was walking past a house in the middle of the day, acting casually at first, but their behavior quickly turned suspicious. As they moved along the sidewalk, one of them suddenly threw a bottle toward the front door while passing by, seemingly without any reason.
Yeah, got you. Don't even worry about it. Got you, baby. Got you on camera. Thank you. Yep, camera.
The act felt random, yet intentional, leaving the homeowner unsettled. The footage is thought to be from the early 2000s and was reportedly found by a park ranger. No one knows who the person behind the camera was, and there are no records explaining what happened to them after. Aside from the clip, no further details have ever come out. Take a look. The video cuts off without warning, and the final seconds are disturbing. The person filming is running through the woods, breathing heavily, trying to escape. The camera shakes, suggesting panic. The figure behind them moves upright like a human, but its behavior seems unnatural. The sounds in the background do not clearly match any known animal or normal speech. It appears fast and aggressive. Because the clip ends abruptly, no one knows what happened next. Some believe it was a feral person, others think it was something from folklore like Bigfoot or Sasquatch, while skeptics say it may have been staged. No one has claimed it, and no source has been confirmed. The truth remains unknown. On January 8, 2026, a skier named Arisip faced a life-altering crisis at Pic de l'Hortel in Andorra. She was out with her dog in territory she considered her backyard, having already skied that specific mountain nearly a dozen times that year. Because she had completed the same run 3 times in just the previous 5 days, she felt completely safe and stopped worrying about potential hazards. It was that very sense of routine that proved dangerous. By getting comfortable and overlooking the inherent risks of the terrain, she ended up triggering a massive avalanche that nearly killed her.
Shim! Shim! Get! Shim! Get! Shim! Get! Shim! Shim! Shim!
she was swept away by the snow, helpless as she picked up speed down the mountain. Her dog, Kim, chased after her, risking his life to try and help his friend despite the danger. Remarkably, the slide eventually slowed and came to a stop, leaving both of them incredibly lucky to be alive. When she later shared her story online, she admitted she had fallen into a heuristic trap, a mental bias where familiarity and recent successful runs convinced her the risk was zero. Even when the mountain was objectively dangerous, she had mistaken the appearance of safety for actual safety. And while it was a terrifying lesson, she was grateful it didn't cost her or her dog their lives. A Reddit user named Jacob Abraham shared a strange experience on the Bigfoot subreddit after something unusual happened during a hike. While walking on a forest trail, he noticed a large figure in the distance and initially thought it was a bear. To be safe, he took out his phone and started recording. As he kept watching, the way the figure stood and moved didn't seem like any animal he recognized. Later, he showed the video to a friend to get his thoughts, but the reaction he received wasn't what he expected. According to his friend, the figure might not have been a bear at all and could be Bigfoot. After watching the clip more closely, it's easy to understand why that idea came up. The figure stands unusually upright, and the way it shifts its weight doesn't quite look like how a bear normally moves. Some viewers believe it could be a real Sasquatch sighting, especially since Jacob didn't immediately assume what it was and seemed genuinely unsure about what he filmed. Others think it might simply be another hiker in the distance, or even someone wearing a costume as a prank. Without clearer footage or more context, there's no way to know for certain. So the question remains, did Jacob capture something legendary, or is it just a case of mistaken identity? Around 2 a.m., a group of friends was driving on a dark, empty back road while recording. There were no other cars around. Then something unexpected happened. A figure suddenly ran across the road in front of their car. It moved on all fours and had a human-like shape. Its body looked human, but its movement didn't. The group reacted immediately, dropping their phones in shock. What happened next is unknown. A family was spending time outdoors when they noticed something strange. Let's see what it was.
What is that?
What could it be? Some people said it looked like a cougar, while others thought it was a bobcat. A few even believed it could be something much more dangerous, maybe even a cryptid. This footage is genuinely unsettling. A man spent nearly 10 minutes trying to break into a house, and instead of giving up, he suddenly did something even more unusual that made the situation even more disturbing. He rang the doorbell and then started humming and shouting into the night, making the situation even more unsettling. The family stayed locked inside, too scared to respond, until the police arrived. No one was hurt, but what happened left behind more questions than answers. This video clip reveals a disturbing scene inside a graveyard, showing open graves and scattered bones. Two people discuss a troubling pattern of locals raiding graves for items used in rituals. Graves are left exposed, bones removed, and dumped in bags. It raises disturbing questions about why anyone would rob graves, steal human remains, and violate a sacred resting place for such purposes. The desperation behind it is hard to comprehend, making the footage deeply unsettling. In this clip, a man is jolted awake by a strange sound while spending the night at his aunt's old house. What he ends up recording is far more unsettling than he expected. The video was shared about 9 months ago, and he claims odd things happened all night, with this moment being the most disturbing.
Still hearing voices.
Jesus Christ. You're knocking again.
Suddenly, a child's voice can be heard very close to the camera. He bolts out of the room and runs straight to his car. Not much is known beyond this short clip, which only adds to how unsettling it is. Even on its own, the footage is chilling. On August 22nd, Broken Capital, a YouTube channel known for outdoor adventures, went out for an overnight camp in Cannock Chase, a large forest in the UK tied to strange stories and sightings. Their videos are usually about exploration, but this trip felt different from the start. The forest itself felt like a warning. Thick trees, heavy undergrowth, and a silence that felt wrong. What began as a relaxed trip quickly changed into something unsettling, leaving them wondering if they were really alone out there.
We're going to have another look round. We'll find some areas. I mean, like we said, we're here all night.
Unfortunately.
Whoa. That moth just scared me.
I thought that's an orb.
Shut up.
This light shined on it.
Carl saw an orb once, and not on the camera either. Remember that?
Yeah, and believe me.
It scared the out of it. What?
You hear that then, or was that your feet? Rustling.
Well, I did rustle then when you said what.
Oh,
but
it could be your feet. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it wasn't one of the...
Do you left like all the stuff in camp?
Yeah. Well, you brought your stuff with you?
No, forgot.
Well, they don't nick my crisps.
I just hope they don't nick my cheese strings.
Yeah.
At first, the mood stayed light. They joked around, explored, and tried to ignore the strange feeling in the woods. But even small sounds, a snapping twig or leaves moving, started to feel important. The forest already felt close. Darkness fell fast and complete. Their torches lit only small paths through the trees, while the silence felt tense, like something was waiting nearby. Then they heard heavy movement. It sounded close. When they realized there were people moving with lights, the fear hit hard. The thought of strangers in the forest sent them hurrying back toward camp.
Which way did we come?
We went. Whoa, that was heavy.
That was very heavy. Oh, there's people coming with lights. Where? Over there. See? No.
Look to our one. Oh. Let's get back to the tent.
Coming with lights, Carl.
Yeah, let's get back to the tent.
You can see people coming with lights. I'm more scared of people than paranormal at the minute. Until here. I physically can't do this, and I am. Of all the places. Right, see in a minute. Did you hear that little giggle? Laugh kind of thing?
No? Honestly?
Swear down. Right, let's just find the base. As if a tent's going to make us feel safe.
Back at the tent, the tension stayed. A light near the shelter seemed to turn on, but they realized it was just their camera. That explanation helped briefly, but the uneasy feeling remained. They listened for voices, but the forest stayed quiet until sudden knocks made them stop. A loud crack followed, and nearby railings shook. Bats flew overhead, but the sounds did not seem to come from them.
Right. This is mental.
Isn't it?
what, you know, when we run away and we're like, oh, what the f***, go, 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 go.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Just go and sit in a paper bag?
Maybe you shut up about that.
Truth.
Calm along now.
You can sit there and say we haven't run away from somewhere before.
Right. Any spirits here? Can you come out and talk to us?
We're at a bit of an opening now. We're going to have a few call-outs.
Please, come and talk to us.
No words. See you in a minute. What the f***?
Big bang, wasn't it?
Sounds like a firework or... Why didn't we hear anything until we started?
They started to feel worn out. One tried to sleep while the other stayed awake, saying the night felt heavy, like the forest was closing in. Lights appeared in the distance between the trees, but they could not tell who was holding them. Nothing was ever clear, just strange lights, metal shaking, and quiet sounds with no source. Cannock Chase has always felt uneasy, and that night was no different. It reminded Broken Capital that sometimes the scariest moments in the wild are not about what you see, but about what stays hidden. What do you think? The unsettling video comes from Lost Adventures, a UK urban exploration channel that focuses on abandoned and mysterious places. Their content often shows forgotten homes, estates, and lodges along with the remains left behind by former occupants. On July 19th, 2024, they visited an abandoned hunter's lodge somewhere in the United Kingdom. The building was hidden deep in thick overgrowth. Broken windows, heavy cobwebs, and a strong smell of decay showed it had been empty for years. As they prepared to go inside, they also noticed scattered animal fur and debris outside, adding to the uneasy atmosphere.
It's abandoned hunter's lodge, and we have made some of the most gruesome discoveries ever. Mate, this place absolutely stinks. I don't know.
There's pictures on the wall.
No way.
There's still pictures on the wall. There's a family collage from their
Oh yeah.
grandchildren. Oh, that's really sad. There's not much furniture in here. It looks like this has been cleaned out.
Inside the lodge, the place is in really bad shape. The floors are covered with animal fur and old skins, and the smell inside is much stronger. In several rooms, mounted taxidermy animals hang on the walls, including large stags and even a buffalo. Many of them look extremely old and poorly kept, with clear signs of decay. As they explore further, they also find moldy books, war memorabilia, and various personal items scattered around, giving small hints about the former owner's life beyond just hunting.
Body, that is what that is, and all over that.
Oh my god, man, you're right.
Oh my god,
And it stinks.
So bad. Oh, it smells so bad. Hey guys, they actually frightened the life out of me. Look at
Let's
those.
took the focus off of this craziness.
What
Wow.
are they? Are they buffaloes?
Well, they look like
a
it.
buffalo. I don't know.
As they move further into the building, the condition of several taxidermy animals becomes even more unsettling. The preserved skins and fur are starting to deteriorate, giving them a disturbing, almost grotesque look that adds to the creepy atmosphere of the abandoned place.
Look at the amount of photos. Look at this. These are all separate photos. This is crazy. Have you not checked in that room what was in that suitcase?
Photos, wasn't it?
You know what of?
No.
Children.
What? What?
Bro, it is bad. So I was thinking, look.
I'm not going to film this, sorry guys.
No. Why is that full? And then I thought, why is it?
While searching through the rooms, the explorers come across a suitcase filled with extremely disturbing photographs. Realizing how serious and unsettling the discovery is, they quickly decide to leave the building instead of continuing the exploration. The abandoned lodge leaves them deeply shaken. What started as a normal exploration suddenly turns into one of the most disturbing places they've ever encountered. TikTok user MyHouseIsHaunted.777 shared a clip that has seriously unsettled viewers. She believes her home is haunted, and one night while relaxing inside, she heard a strange noise coming from another part of the house. Already feeling on edge and wanting proof of whatever was happening, she grabbed her phone and started recording.
Door just keeps opening by itself. Watch, here, look. Nobody. Nobody in this house. Nobody. Now watch. Look, let me close this door. Watch it. 3, 2. Oh, heck no. No. Okay, God. Look. Nothing. Dogs barking and everything.
She says the door kept opening on its own, so she shut it firmly, stepped back, and started recording. Moments later, the handle begins twisting as if someone is trying to open it, not wobbling loosely. Her dog immediately starts barking and staring at the door, and then the door slowly opens by itself. She insists she was alone in the house, but the dog keeps barking at the empty doorway, leaving no clear explanation for what caused it. The channel Haunted Finders is known for facing aggressive paranormal activity in places tied to violent history. The hosts, Tom, David, and Kev, often use tools like EMF meters and the Spirit Talker app to communicate with spirits. This forest already had a dark history for them. On a previous visit, they were chased out by loud growls, and the area is linked to an 1800s murder. A young girl named Elizabeth Shepard was strangled and killed, and the crime was later traced to Charles Rotherham. That night, the team returned to confront whatever they believed was still there. During their first attempt to communicate, the presence made itself known almost immediately. The Spirit Talker app began producing disturbing and relevant words, suggesting they were dealing with something hostile.
But yeah, as I said, this is hard to let go. It's hard to let go. That's interesting when you're talking about.
Yeah, it is hard to just stop thinking about it, isn't it? So probably that's what I need.
If there's anybody here with us tonight that would like to come and talk.
My life was short.
My life was short, that makes sense. So she was only 18.
She was 18.
Yeah. Wow.
She was 18.
She was only 18, yeah.
Yeah.
This could be Elizabeth.
You want to speak to us, Elizabeth? Don't be alone. Just talk to us.
I'm Tom.
I'm David.
And I'm Kev. We've heard a lot about your story, and people still talk about it to this day.
That's me, folks. That's right.
If you're here, Elizabeth, come and talk to us. Or come and show us you're here.
I'm not going to harm you. You're safe.
The most shocking moment was how the energy moved between their EMF meters in a clear, controlled way. It felt intelligent and almost playful. When Tom told the spirit to stop affecting David's meter and move to Kev's, David's EMF reading dropped instantly, and Kev's meter spiked at the same time.
Nothing on there.
Can
Yours
you-
is going...
All right, let's see what we can do. An experiment here. You go over to Kevin's and make it go to red.
Stop the lights.
Stop the lights and come over to me.
Stop the lights. Stop it.
Stop the lights and come over to me and do my lights.
The spirit then gave a name. The word Charles came through the spirit talker. Tom immediately recognized it and looked up the old case, confirming that Charles Rotherham was the man who murdered Elizabeth Shepard. As soon as his identity was called out, everything stopped. All the EMF meters went flat, and the clear responses ended, as if the spirit was angry or embarrassed, but it was not finished. After a short silence, the spirit box suddenly shouted, "Get out! Get out!" Moments later, footsteps could be heard moving toward the recorder, followed by a final whisper. It was clear the spirit wanted them gone and was reclaiming the forest as its own.
Get out.
Get out.
Get out. That's him.
It's gotta be.
He's come back.
No, don't play games with us.
You don't like us being here, do you? Trying to out you for what you did.
We know who you are now.
You're Mr. Nasty, aren't you? No. Not gonna scare us.
Were you speaking then?
No.
Did you hear that?
I heard
was he
that.
speaking
I heard
then?
that. What was that? What was
that?
That was a voice.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That was a voice then?
Yeah.
Right, Charles. I want to talk to you man to man.
Whoa.
Stop the lights. Because I want to speak to you.
What do you make of this encounter? Two friends set out to explore an abandoned paper mill, carefully making their way through the building because it's filled with possible dangers. But the unsafe structure isn't the only thing worrying them. Locals have long claimed the mill is haunted. The friends, Kenneth and Justin, decided to visit the place themselves after hearing several strange stories from people living nearby. One resident even shared a creepy experience he and his friends had there years ago.
It was definitely a paper mill haunted as shit, because I went there the one night, me and my buddies. We all went over there and we were drinking a little bit. He caught it on camera that like something ran behind us.
No kidding.
On Snapchat, like he caught it on camera and everything.
Dude, Kenneth and Justin weren't there because they believed in ghosts. They were just curious and wanted to see what remained of the old factory. While exploring the building, they came across a dark area underneath the structure and decided to head down there to check it out and record what they found.
Hold on, I want to get that lower, closer down here.
There's a bone on the beaver dam there. Good. Right there.
What is it?
A bone. Bone.
I don't see it. Oh, it is. What? Holy smokes.
Hello? Yep. Yep, no more of that.
Did you hear that?
Oh yeah.
What was that?
No.
Then, they suddenly heard a voice coming from the darkness, and it clearly wasn't either of them. Startled, they quickly ran away in fear, convinced that someone or something had replied to them. The voice sounded like a child's, which made the moment even more disturbing. If it really was a child, it raised a strange question. What would a kid be doing in the pitch-black basement of an abandoned factory? Nothing else unusual happened after that, but the uneasy feeling stayed with them for the rest of their visit. Even today, they still don't know who or what was down there, and they have no intention of going back to find out. The unsettling video comes from Miner 49ER, a U.S. gold prospecting and outdoor exploration creator who documents real-time adventures in remote areas. His content combines practical mining work with exploring abandoned sites, often in tight and risky spaces. On May 15th, 2021, in a rural area near a state line in the United States, he heads out to check a remote hunting spot, but instead finds an old mine entrance. The area is rugged, with hills marked by past wildfires. As he nears the opening, he checks the stability of the structure, noticing loose rocks and unstable ground. He moves carefully, aware that abandoned mines carry serious risks like cave-ins and unsafe footing.
something in here. Doesn't sound large enough to hurt me, but still large enough to creep me out. I'm worried about a snake.
Inside the mine, faint movement can be heard from deeper in the tunnel. The tight space makes even small sounds seem louder. He assumes it could be a fox or rodent, which would not be unusual in an abandoned shaft. Still, the uncertainty adds tension as he moves forward carefully with minimal light.
It's the only place left.
Been a bug. An obnoxious, creepy bug. It doesn't help that I've been listening to Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, and spoiler alert, if you haven't read the books yet, you should plug your ear.
Another sudden noise echoes through the tunnel, briefly raising his adrenaline before he confirms it is harmless. The acoustics inside the mine distort sound, making normal environmental noise seem closer or more serious than it is. After realizing nothing unusual is happening, Miner 49ER keeps exploring, filming larger chambers and structural details. The tension comes from the real risks of the environment, not anything paranormal. He reflects on the thrill of finding the site and the need for caution in abandoned spaces. The video ends with him appreciating the remote setting and the fact that he explored it safely. Meet Stringer Media, two young urban explorers who film the remains of America's dying malls. For the past 8 years, they've been documenting forgotten places across the country, including abandoned schools, hospitals, and even entire towns lost to time. This time, however, they head somewhere known for a different kind of danger. Greens Point Mall, a place many people in Houston call Guns Point. They quietly make their way through a parking lot scattered with broken glass and a few cars still running, eventually finding a door left unlocked. Once inside, it's clear the mall hasn't simply been frozen in time. It feels like everything has slowly decayed right where it was left.
Here's the directory. Actually, looks like a lot of these stores have a lot left inside. Whoa. Look at all the, this was a Nike store. Yeah. Imagine there's shoes left, guys. Look. Oh, holy cow. Wow. That's brand new, guys.
Dust covers displays of sneakers and clothing that were never sold. Inside a Nike store, boxes are still neatly stacked, and shelves remain partly filled with price tags hanging just like they were before the place shut down. At first glance, it almost looks like the mall closed only yesterday, except for the heavy silence that fills the space.
They left their stock here too, I'm pretty sure. Somebody just stole everything. It's actually insane. Think about like how much used to be here when it was abandoned even. It's crazy. Society is just moving, and inside here, society has just completely stopped.
Further down another corridor, they come across what used to be a jewelry store. The glass display cases are still in place, though now they're covered in mold and grime. Some of them still hold jewelry, while the cash drawers sit open, and a few display lights continue to hum quietly. One of the explorers jokes that anything valuable was probably taken long ago, but the scene makes it clear that someone has passed through here not too long ago.
Yo, the tea. Yo. So this place is active right there. We can't let them see us. People have been caught right here. Just because that place is still open. If we walk this way, we'll be seen. And the power's on here, most of this area, because that Planet Fitness or whatever. You can see this probably didn't close too long ago. A lot of these plants are still alive and well.
As they move further inside, the air feels heavier. Some sections of the mall still have electricity, and a few plants are still alive. Near the old food court, they hear faint but deliberate movement. They pass a dry fountain, decaying mannequins, and a hallway with flickering lights. Broken stores are filled with shoes scattered across the floor. They mention this is the area where urban explorers often get caught by armed security with dogs, or by scrappers who claim the mall as their own.
You guys can't really see it. There's a car directly out the window.
Oh shit, police! My bad. We were taking pictures.
Sorry.
My bad.
We thought it was a gang scrapper. I looked and but then I looked again, and it looks like he had a badge.
He's following us.
After hearing horror stories of what the security guards would do, we were let off pretty easy.
No, he had a vest.
We were followed all the way out, likely for him to find an entrance and seal it. We kept a lot of distance though, and I'm glad we did.
A voice suddenly echoes through the empty halls of the mall, and they begin recording. Whoever it is seems to trail them all the way to the exit. None of them says anything until they finally step outside. Only then do they realize how close the situation might have been. It's unclear whether the person was security, a squatter guarding the place, or someone else entirely. Either way, Greenspoint Mall proves its reputation true, haunted not by spirits, but by real people. A woman named Marlene says she had been experiencing strange activity at her workplace for weeks, but on this day, it suddenly escalated. She starts recording after hearing random tapping sounds coming from inside the walls. Nothing that matched pipes, heating, or any mechanical system. As she films, the building's background music turns on by itself, then shuts off. Moments later, the overhead lights change on their own, dimming briefly before brightening again without warning.
Like, this is not a joke. Oh my god. Where did the music come from? And the music just stopped. Oh my god, literally no one. Oh my god, oh my god. Literally nothing here. Like, nothing. Like, I don't know what the noise was about, but there's nothing here. Nothing. It's insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's off.
As Marlene walks down the hallway, the tapping follows her, then clear footsteps start, even though she is alone. She climbs a ladder into the attic to show what is there, but it is empty. When she comes back down, the light she left on is now off, with the tapping, footsteps, music turning on and off, and lights changing on their own. Marlene becomes convinced that something in the building does not want her there. Late one night, a man was walking along the edge of a dense forest when strange, unsettling sounds started drifting toward him. The sounds seemed to come from all around him, shifting and circling, yet nothing was visible. Was it just wildlife or something much more unsettling? A large number of crows were gathered outside a Walmart. Since a group of crows is called a murder, the video uses that term as wordplay before focusing on why so many birds were in one place. The team searched online to see if anything unusual had happened at the location, but found nothing. While there is likely a logical explanation, the reason for the gathering remains unclear. For several weeks around Halloween, a man noticed strange sounds coming from outside his door at night. At first, they were barely noticeable, but one night they became clear and unmistakable.
Hello?
It was no longer random. It was a woman's voice, and it did not sound natural. It came straight from the door, like something trying to trick him into opening it. He refused, convinced it was not human. Some think it could have been a mimic, something that copies voices to get inside. Others believe it may have just been a Halloween prank. This story comes from the TikTok account S. Dons, run by Steven, who usually shares scenic views and bold outdoor moments. One video stood out after it captured something that deeply unsettled him. On June 24th, 2020, Steven and a friend were camping and enjoying the quiet. After dinner, they decided to try an app called Randonautica, which sends users to random GPS locations for spontaneous exploration. While often seen as a game, the app has a reputation online for leading people to strange or unsettling spots. Curious, they followed the coordinates into a remote area, and soon, something began to feel off.
Okay, so this randonauting app just brought us to this creepy town, and honestly, when we saw this, we should have turned around and left. We continued up the mountain though, and there's always abandoned cars and nobody around. At this point, we're definitely trespassing. We couldn't even really turn around at this point because the road was so narrow and it was such a steep drop off on the other side. We were kind of intrigued at how creepy this was, even though it was getting dark really quick, and next thing we know, the sun had gone down and the moon.
The coordinates led them to a mountain village that appeared deserted. On the way up the narrow road, they passed cars left behind for no clear reason. The road was tight with a steep drop, so turning back was not possible. Even as the unease grew, they kept going. By the time they arrived, it was nearly dark. The houses looked empty and worn down, and some windows had mannequins placed inside like silent figures. There were no natural sounds, only stillness. The app guided them to one final location, an overgrown clearing in the woods. With cameras on, they stepped out of the car to look around. Then something strange happened.
But we had the pin pulled up, we were so close to it. I don't know how to explain this. And a random rock falls. I think that was a sign that we should leave. But we kept going. Everything about this place was just giving me really bad vibes, and when I looked into here and saw this, as soon as I realized it's some sort of face, we took off running. I don't know what it is with this town, why there's all these abandoned cars and no people and mannequins in the window.
A large rock suddenly rolled nearby, even though nothing else was moving. Their anxiety spiked. As they looked through the debris, they found something under broken boards. It was shaped like a face, not clearly a mask or stone, with distorted features that looked unnatural. That was enough for them. They ran back to the car. Even after getting inside, they were left questioning what they had seen. If the location was random, how did it lead them to an abandoned town with empty cars, mannequins in windows, and a warped face hidden under debris? Some say it was a coincidence. Others believe it was something more. The question remains unanswered. This footage had been left aside for a while because it was hard to figure out what it actually showed, but later it got linked to something called the Ningen. It's a creature from Japanese internet folklore, described as a huge, pale humanoid living in icy Antarctic waters, with a smooth, almost featureless face and long limbs, sometimes even looking a bit like a mermaid. Stories about it mostly come from supposed sightings by whaling crews, but there's no real proof, just blurry clips and theories. Some people think it's being hidden, while others say it's probably just a whale, an iceberg, or a visual illusion, which makes the whole thing open to interpretation. After hearing his dog suddenly barking in the kitchen, a man decided to check the camera. What it captured next turned into a deeply unsettling image. Pets are used to normal kitchen smoke from cooking or steam rising off boiling water. But this felt different. The dog was not just reacting to smoke, it was barking straight at it. Inside the haze, faint shapes start to form, almost like skulls or human faces shifting within it. It looks like something the dog clearly senses, which sets it off. Pulling something like that off convincingly would not be easy. So does that mean the footage is real? The paranormal couple behind the Paracurios TikTok account decided to investigate the infamous Conjuring House. Built in 1736, the home is known for its long history of reported hauntings. Many families who lived there described tragic events and intense paranormal activity, but it gained major attention after the Perron family moved in during the 1970s. With that history in mind, the couple went inside to investigate. They used the Estes method, with one person asking questions and the other repeating what came through a spirit box. Neither of them was ready for what happened next.
Do you want me to read one of these books to you, April? Over here?
Yes.
Which one? What's the name of the book?
Glorious.
Glorious. I'm gonna try and find that. You want me to turn this
Back.
back? If it's over here, I will this
Book.
Can you tell me where the Glorious book is?
Down.
Down? Is it on this row here?
No.
Is it on this row?
Yeah.
Can you tell me the name of the book again? Holy... No way. No. Okay, April, I got the book you've been talking about, the exact book, A Glorious Accident. Do you want me to read this to you?
To me.
Okay. Did your parents used to read you this book?
Book. Read.
Your mom used to read you this?
Yes. Memories.
It soon became obvious that something in the room was answering through the spirit box, and the responses felt intentional. They were clear and specific. One answer directed Clayton to a bookshelf, then to a specific shelf, and finally to a book titled Glorious. What makes this disturbing is that Bailey could not hear Clayton at any point. She was only repeating what the device gave her. Either it was an unbelievable coincidence, or something in the house knew exactly where that book was and wanted it discovered. A video from a TikTok page that shares creepy and unexplained moments shows a guy named Eric on a solo camping trip in the middle of the wilderness. What was supposed to be a peaceful night took a strange turn after he finished setting up and sat by the fire. Out of nowhere, a sharp, unsettling sound echoed through the forest, instantly making things feel off. Not knowing what it was or where it came from, he grabbed his phone and started recording. Then, the screaming kicked in, loud, chilling, and completely unlike anything he had heard before. It felt like the sound was coming from everywhere, getting more intense by the second. He looked around the trees, trying to spot the source, but there was nothing in sight. After what seemed like forever, it suddenly stopped, and the forest went quiet again. Though the fear didn't go away, Eric froze for a moment, then trusted his instincts and decided to leave. He grabbed his stuff and got out of there fast, shaken but relieved to be heading somewhere safe. Once the video went online, it sparked a lot of theories. Some people thought it was a wild animal, while others believed it could be something far more strange or even supernatural. This clip was filmed in a quiet house where the owner often hears strange music late at night. She claims that the sound of a piano echoes through the house, even though no one is playing it. One night she decides to investigate, but things take an unexpected turn.
What happened?
As she enters the room, she hears the faint sound of a piano, but there's no one in sight. Confused, she heads to the basement where the music seems to be coming from. However, as she gets closer to the piano, the music suddenly stops. Then, without warning, several objects in the room fall on their own, sending her fleeing in terror. Meet Noah Faraday, an urban explorer who shares videos of abandoned places slowly being taken over by time. On his channel, he explores deteriorating buildings to document their history before they disappear. But during one trip with his friend Andy, they encountered something far more unsettling than just decay. Their journey led them to an old forgotten house high in the mountains of New England. The place was extremely remote and badly damaged by harsh weather, making it unlikely to survive another winter. Located on a rarely used road near the Canadian border, the house was completely isolated. Knowing it might soon be gone, they decided to go inside and record it before it was lost forever.
I usually don't say the name of locations like this because I want to preserve them, but this house right here is not gonna last another winter. We are up in the mountains, really high altitude. And up here in New England, there's a severe winter storms that we call nor'easters. No one ever comes up here. This is a main road, and not a lot of people actually drive down this road because this main road leads to the border. No one ever actually comes down here. And we're out here in October, the middle of October. It's a very beautiful autumn day, but within a couple months, I do believe that this place is gonna be eradicated.
After cautiously entering the house, the level of deterioration was obvious right away. Noah warned Andy to be careful because the floorboards creaked under their weight and looked like they could collapse at any moment.
Careful with your feet, Annie, because this could easily fall through. We made it in here. I can't believe it. Was this the fireplace or what? No, not actually. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of hard though, but...
As they moved further inside, Noah noticed a ceiling fan bent and hanging down from the moisture trapped in the closed-up house, something he referred to as a crying fan. The air was so cold they could see their breath, and each step had to be taken carefully, but they were still excited to finally be inside the place.
That fan... Humidity gets trapped when abandoned houses get boarded up, and that's what causes these fans to become what I call crying fans. This is even safe to step on. A lamp. See my breath a little bit. Watch your step. We made it. We freaking made it, Annie. I can't believe it. I've wanted to come here for years.
Is it upstairs?
Home sweet home. Yeah, we best be careful upstairs. You could easily fall through.
As they continued through the deteriorating rooms, they noticed how fragile the place was. In the small kitchen, they even found a box of matches that could easily be misused by someone careless. But while they were looking around the room, the mood suddenly shifted.
This is the kitchen. The kitchen is very small. A lot of matches. Some disrespectful urbex explorer can easily burn this place down.
Andy suddenly fell silent and asked Noah if he had heard that. He said he thought he heard voices coming from upstairs. Both of them froze, standing still in a tense silence as they listened carefully for any sign that someone else might be there.
What's up? You hear something upstairs?
Maybe that's the house, I don't know.
What'd you hear? Voices?
Not voices.
What? What'd you hear?
Going into spider webs.
Cabinets. Wow. Wallpaper. It's the basement. Notice garage and food wrapping, caps off, bottles, tin foil, styrofoam, tin, cobwebs everywhere. Oh, right in front of my face while I'm reading.
Even though they didn't find anyone, the uneasy feelings stayed with them, turning their exploration into a much more careful and tense search. The voices they thought they heard, whether real or not, reminded them how unpredictable abandoned places can be. They kept exploring, but the mystery of who or what they heard was never explained. A young woman keeps hearing strange noises in her house late at night, soft footsteps and faint movements that make it seem as if someone is there. Each time she checks, everything is normal. Doors are locked, windows untouched, and no one is inside. This goes on for weeks until one night the sounds start again, but this time they are coming from outside. She grabs her phone, starts recording, and slowly walks toward the source. If another person who looks exactly like her appears, the only option is to run and hide. As she walks toward the open garage, her camera catches something unsettling. Behind a tree near her yard, a pale face is visible, completely still and watching. There is nobody in sight, just a head partially exposed from the trunk. The moment she notices it, she runs back inside. Later, she says it might have been something paranormal. But if that is true, where was the rest of it, and what was standing in her yard that night? Grace was home alone when she started recording a door inside her house after feeling like something was watching her from the hallway. The house was completely silent with no background noise at all, which only made the feeling worse. She keeps the camera steady and tries to joke to calm herself, but her voice sounds tense as she waits and listens, unsure if anything will happen.
Oh my god, what is happening? Can't move it again. Oh my god. Oh dear. Oh dear. No. Oh god. Can you close it, please? Okay.
Seconds later, the door slowly opens and then eases shut, causing Grace to gasp in shock. Still shaken, she nervously asks it to happen again while stepping back. This time, the door opens wider and more slowly, inching forward as if something unseen is pushing it. Pausing briefly before closing once again, there is no sound, no airflow, and no clear explanation. After the clip, Grace said she left immediately and avoided that hallway for the rest of the night, later admitting that what unsettled her most was realizing that it seemed to respond when she spoke. A woman named Simone headed out for what was supposed to be a regular evening walk. At the start, everything felt normal. A calm trail, the sun going down, and nothing out of the ordinary. There was a shadowy shape pressed up against a tree, totally motionless. Then, out of nowhere, it shifted and slipped away. Simone tried to brush it off, telling herself it was probably just weird lighting or someone messing around. But what really got to her was the feeling that followed. Even after she walked past, she couldn't shake the sense that something was trailing her, matching her steps. On her way back, she spotted an old abandoned building she swore she had never noticed before, and instead of ignoring it, she chose to step inside. As she walks into the dark room, look at the right side of the doorway near the end of the clip. Something moves behind it, slight but clear. A few evenings later, she passed the same building again and heard a voice that sounded exactly like her sister calling her name.
I don't know why the lights are on, but I'm going inside of this house. I just heard my sister's voice, and I'm sick of this. And I need to figure out what's going on so I can put a stop to it. Why is this chair in the middle of the floor?
In paranormal cases, entities that mimic voices are considered dangerous because they copy familiar sounds to lure people in. When Simone went back inside, she saw a chair placed in the center of the room, as if it were set there on purpose. Before she could finish speaking, the figure appeared again. After that, she told herself it was connected to the abandoned house, not her. But the disturbances followed her home, banging at night, footsteps when she was alone, whispers she could not trace, and a sudden feeling of dread. One day, a friend came over after hearing about it, and this happened.
Hey guys, it's Simone
Are you
again.
kidding me?
Yeah. So I'm here with my friend Lexi, and I thought that this was over, but it's still happening. Something from this entity is still trying to get to me, so...
I thought you were kidding.
No.
Like, this is horrible.
I'm not kidding.
I don't know how you've been living like this. This is literally, like... I've checked this door 5 times. There's no way anyone is in the backyard.
So, still going on, and I just wanted to come back and report to you guys that it's still impacting my life every day.
I'm so sorry. This is insane.
Here's the possibility. If the entity followed Simone home, then it may not be about a haunted place anymore. It could be an attachment, where something targets a person instead of a location. Researchers say attachments rarely fade on their own, and if that is true, walking away may not be enough. Simone says she will not stop investigating until she understands what is haunting her. A video is circulating showing a lifeless creature on the ground with a long tail, large limbs, sharp claws, bat-like wings, and a mouth full of teeth, basically resembling a dragon.
What? I can't zoom in any further. There he is. Do you see that in the middle of the camera? What the hell is that? Oh no. Oh no.
With how advanced art and realistic models have become, it is difficult to tell whether it is an actual creature or just a highly detailed sculpture placed to attract attention, leaving the whole thing open to doubt. Marine explorer James Taylor and his team were checking the coastline when they came across something shocking, a huge injured creature from the deep ocean.
But that's definitely something that's been smashing it, eh?
The video shows a very rare moment, a huge injured giant squid washed up on shore. As the team rushes to check its injuries and size, something totally unexpected happens, changing what seems like the squid's final moments. Seeing a giant squid is already rare, but what happens next is hard to believe.
Coming into the board! Look how she's coming into the board!
Did the surfers manage to save this famous deep-sea creature, or did the ocean have one last surprise waiting for it? For about 6 months, Matthew Wayne kept noticing strange clicking sounds and faint whispers inside his house. At first, he brushed them off, but over time, they happened more often, especially whenever he felt uneasy. Believing the sounds might be linked to his fear, he decided to record them in hopes of finding answers. One night, as he was sitting and watching TV, the noises started up again.
Okay, so I'm just sat here. I said I were going to start trying to document it. I've been trying to watch this. Literally, myself, it's literally just the corner of the sofa. Trying to watch this, I swear to God I can hear like whispering. Right, I'm gonna listen for a minute. I hate doing this. I don't know why I've decided to do this. So I'm just trying to watch TV. I swear I just keep hearing whispering. About 10 minutes ago, I just heard like 3 really loud. Right, okay. I'm gonna flip it because nobody wants to see my ugly face, and I'm gonna sit and listen. I'm gonna be quiet. See if anyone else can hear it.
The recording picks up loud breathing near him, along with soft, barely audible whispers, shaken by what he captured. Matthew shared the video and said the strange activity has not stopped. For now, he is staying with family, and the source of the sounds is still a mystery. A video shared on the TikTok account Chadza_G_353 gained over 1 million views. According to Chadza, his mother and aunt had just finished cleaning a building that used to be a mental asylum. And before leaving, his aunt recorded a short clip. At the time, nothing seemed unusual, and the building was silent and empty. But later, while watching it back, they noticed something disturbing hidden in the audio.
Hey, Saint. Oh, I'm just gonna get the car. Yeah.
When the clip is played back, dozens of eerie voices can be heard echoing through the audio, sounding like men, women, and even children. What makes it unsettling is that the woman filming heard nothing at the time and says the building was completely silent. Viewers asked whether the sounds were noticed in person or only on the recording, and Chadza confirmed they were only discovered later after turning the volume up. Where the voices came from or what they belonged to has never been explained. This video, uploaded by Dan Bell, shows how urban exploration can quickly go wrong, especially in rough neighborhoods. In the footage, he explores an abandoned apartment building dating back to the 1920s.
Somebody talking. It's probably outside the building. Anyway. Oh my God, please don't let me fall. Is there anybody in here?
The footage shows a building in severe decay with chipping walls, water damage, and debris scattered across the floors. The sound of sirens outside adds to the uneasy atmosphere, but Dan Bell keeps going. He continues exploring until he comes across a staircase, once again pushing forward as he moves deeper into the building.
Not walking over there.
Deciding it's best to back off for the moment, Dan Bell heads back the way he came, worried that someone else might be inside the building with him.
Okay. I was so afraid I'd come back down here and the ladder would be gone. It's still here, so I'm happy. Because I don't know there's any other way out of here but jumping. And I do not want to jump. Somebody, but it's probably somebody out on the street.
Even though Dan Bell tries to convince himself that the voices are coming from the street, he decides to leave that section of the building and explore another side of the apartment complex. There, he finds another staircase and heads upstairs, where he begins to come across a series of disturbing discoveries.
I keep thinking I'm hearing somebody, but I think it's just the rats.
Whether it's rats or something else, the signs suggest Dan isn't the only one who's been inside the building. That suspicion quickly becomes certain when he searches through a bag and finds some food items along with a large plastic container that appears to be filled with crack cocaine. In that moment, the situation shifts from unsettling to genuinely dangerous.
Please, please leave. Please, please. Please, please. Oh my God.
After several tense minutes, Dan Bell hears the door slam shut and quickly takes the chance to escape the building, clearly worried about his safety. Dan is known as one of YouTube's well-known urban explorers, and the moment in the video feels very real. Still, like many viral clips, some viewers believe it might have been staged. This leaves a question. Did Dan actually stumble into a drug dealer's hideout, or was the whole situation created for the viewers? In April 2021, Chris Hill uploaded a video titled Exploring an Abandoned Central High School to his channel Urbex Hill. His content focuses on visiting abandoned and decaying places across the United States. In this video, he explores Central High School. As soon as he enters the building, he feels uneasy. The air is cold and dusty, and his footsteps echo through the empty hallways. Even so, he continues exploring and filming. Early in the video, he notices signs that others had been inside before, possibly scroungers or homeless people, although the building appears empty at the time. He keeps moving through the dark corridors until he reaches the locker room area, where the atmosphere suddenly feels different. As he moves toward the door, the camera briefly catches a dark shadow passing across the frame before disappearing. When he enters, the room is completely quiet with no signs of movement. Later, while walking down another hallway, the camera records two faint glowing eyes in the darkness. Chris doesn't notice them at the time and only sees them later while reviewing the footage. Unaware of what was captured, he continues filming for about 10 more minutes. Eventually, he decides to head to the lower floors, but as he starts down the staircase, a loud crash suddenly echoes through the building.
I already been down here. Fish tank.
He stops, realizing that something or someone seems to be throwing objects from above. The noise continues, followed by another sharp metallic bang. It doesn't sound accidental. The pattern feels deliberate, almost like it's trying to draw him closer. Suspecting someone might be hiding on the upper floors, Chris decides not to check it out and instead carefully heads toward the basement.
Something. Someone's upstairs.
Another object suddenly flies across the hallway, barely missing him. Shocked, Chris runs toward the far end of the corridor, his flashlight shaking as he continues filming. His breathing gets heavier as the noises echo again, then abruptly stops. For the next 15 minutes, he finishes exploring the remaining parts of the school, and the unsettling silence returns with no more disturbances. Eventually deciding it's best to leave, he ends the recording and exits the building safely. To this day, no one knows what caused the noises. Some believe it may have been a squatter trying to scare him away, while others think the shadow and flying objects point to something unexplained, something that didn't want to be disturbed. This video comes from Brothers Wild, a UK-based paranormal investigation and urban exploration channel run by a small group of friends. Their content focuses on exploring abandoned buildings, haunted places, and historic locations across the United Kingdom. This particular investigation takes place on December 14th, 2025 in Talgarth, Wales, the UK.
This creeper's better. Oh my god. It's a noise, bro. Give me the GoPro. Oh, GoPro. Get out of the bag. Shh. Bro, shush. What was that? That was weird. Screech.
The team steps into the abandoned asylum, slowly making their way through dark hallways and heavily damaged areas. Parts of the roof have collapsed, the floors feel unstable, and the tight corridors make it hard to move around safely. Not long after entering, they begin hearing strange sounds echoing through the empty building.
What's going on in there, bro? What? There's loads of really high-pitched voices. What the hell? I hope I got that on camera.
What was it?
A shadow moving into that doorway.
Joking.
Walking into it.
A few minutes later, some of their filming equipment starts acting strangely. One camera suddenly shuts off, even though it still has plenty of battery. Another camera begins recording by itself, and a phone app unexpectedly says the phrase, "No, it's not." These odd malfunctions leave the group feeling uneasy.
Screen normally. Camera lit up, Ash noticed, so I started recording. We came over. I've stood there, just heard a growl in my ear, and as I've come back to explain it like that, I'm on 60% by the way. Powered off, battery's dead.
See it will power it up.
This is all happening quick.
It sounds like heels on tiles.
It sounded like something was in a bag and it was getting dragged.
Got dragged, and then there's heels on tiles.
Like, you know.
As they move further into the building, the team starts hearing dragging sounds, footsteps, and objects falling somewhere nearby. One of the members even says they saw shadowy figures moving through the corridors, though the others aren't able to clearly confirm what was seen.
That's Rich. Rich just said I seen a light. I said it's a light reflection in the window. It says, no, it's not. It just replied to, I haven't turned this on.
Let's go upstairs and have a look from there then, see what it is.
I didn't turn this on. It just landed right next to us, bro. Sorry, language. What the hell? My hands are full.
So are mine.
Later, while investigating the trees outside, the spirit box begins giving longer responses. The device produces phrases like, "You've disturbed me," and "My name is Victoria." Sometimes it gives just a single word, and other times full sentences, making the whole session feel even more unpredictable.
Yeah, disintegrated. Definitely on camera. I was with a large bang and felt it in my feet. Oh yeah?
Did you hear that? That sounded like an actual...
Someone talking. I thought it was a... We turned the lights off. I thought it was a person.
Yeah, we thought it was an actual person, so we turned the lights off. What was that?
I thought someone was coming in.
Yeah.
As the night goes on, the team again reports seeing shadowy shapes and hearing voices that sound like someone moving inside the building. With their equipment still acting up and the strange noises continuing, they decide it's best to leave the asylum. After leaving, they think back on the dragging sounds, footsteps, and the unusual equipment issues they experienced. The investigation leaves them believing that something unexplained may still linger inside the abandoned asylum. The video was filmed by a man named Manuel, who went to his sister's house to watch his niece and nephews after she told him that every babysitter she hired quit within a couple of weeks without explaining why. Thinking it was probably just normal kid behavior, he agreed to help for a few nights. One Tuesday around 7 p.m., while putting his niece to bed, she suddenly froze, stared at the corner of the room, and kept pointing at it. When Manuel turned to look at what she was seeing, something unexpected happened.
Yeah, she sensed something though. Like, it's crazy because, like, I know I'm just babysitting my niece and nephew. My nephew's right here. Then it's her, and then she keeps pointing at something. What is that? Yeah, man. And then she grabbed this lantern right here. And I'm like...
The sound continued for more than half an hour, so Manuel finally decided to face whatever was causing it.
Get out of here, man. You gotta leave, man. Honestly. You're not welcomed here. Leave. Wherever you are, leave. You're scaring my niece. Look, she keeps pointing at you. Get out of here, man.
His niece kept pointing at the same dark hallway, visibly scared, her eyes tracking something that wasn't there to anyone else.
Who are you pointing at? Who is he? How come you keep pointing? Where's he at? Is he over there?
Will you read it to us, please?
Who is he? My niece keeps pointing at someone right here in this little hallway. I'm not really sure who it is, but yeah, she's like pointing upwards. They must be tall or something. Look, she's pointing again, look.
Whatever was in that house seemed to make it clear to Manuel that he was not welcome, like it had already scared off the other babysitters. He sent the footage to his sister, who forwarded it to the last babysitter and asked if she had experienced anything similar. She had. She said she often heard someone breathing right behind her while holding the baby, and the night she decided to quit was when she woke up to see the crib shaking violently, even though the baby was asleep in her arms. While Manuel's sister tried to understand what was happening, the activity in the house continued.
Then this door is wide open over here, man. Or just, I don't know. She's like looking over there like there's someone over there. She's freaking me out. Look, she's pointing. See? There's someone over there. I'm freaking out.
A few hours later, his sister hurried back home, not willing to risk anything after hearing what the last babysitter had gone through. They sent the clips to paranormal experts, who said the intensity and consistency of the activity did not match a simple wandering spirit. According to them, only something darker could create disturbances that strong. Floating miles off the coast of Ecuador, a spear fisherman waits quietly. He has no idea he is about to face a test that will push him to his limits.
¡Apúrate, por favor, apúrate! ¡Apúrate! ¡Ven, ven, ven! ¡Ay! ¡Ven, ven, ven! ¡Ay! ¡Pato! ¡Ven acá, ven, ven! ¡Ay! ¡Ven, ven, ven! ¡Bien, Pato, bien! No puedo meter otro polazo, Pato. No, Pato. Se va a pique hoy, se va a pique. No sé, pues. Se puede romper.
From the dark water below, a huge shadow appears, a massive black marlin weighing around 400 pounds, or 181 kilos. The diver takes the shot, and everything turns chaotic right away. The fish's strength pulls him through the water, turning the hunt into a dangerous struggle. The footage shows the intense rush and the tiring fight to control the fish. Catching a black marlin this big while spearfishing is very rare and risky. It is a true giant of the deep that very few divers ever see, let alone catch. On the YouTube channel, Creepy Outdoors, the creator records solo camping trips and remote spots most people avoid after sunset. In this episode, he walks into a forest that feels off as soon as night falls. Almost every tree is lifeless, with snapped and fallen trunks scattered around. Heavy spider webs hang untouched, and the silence feels strange. There is no natural light at all, just total darkness. He mentions that if someone got lost in conditions like that, they might have to stay put until daylight. As he continues forward, he grows more disoriented, blocked by fallen wood and surrounded by trees that groan as they shift. He briefly likens the mood to the Blair Witch Project, and then things take a turn.
Man, this place is so lonely. Imagine just being lost out here. It feels like this would never end. Oh, hi. What the hell? I need to get out of here. Oh, boy. Ooh. Okay.
Out of nowhere, he hears it, a voice. Not wind, not something far off or unclear, but a distinct human-like sound coming from the darkness in front of him. His reaction is immediate. His voice changes, he freezes, curses, and the calm tone he had been keeping is replaced by sudden panic.
That was creepy. I need to get out of here. Whew. It could have been campers, but this area is extremely secluded. I need to get back to camp. That must be a deer stand. At least I think. It's pretty damn old. I know I sound like a broken record right now, but damn it, I need to find camp. I'm sorry guys, that voice absolutely threw me off and my sense of direction. I hope you don't blame me for getting out of there.
The The lifeless trees stretch on, quiet and endless. He begins apologizing to viewers, saying he has to leave and cannot keep going. Fear overrides reason. After a few tense minutes of trying to find his way, he finally spots the faint glow of his campfire. The relief is immediate. Back at camp, he attempts to settle himself, opens a drink, and thanks the audience. But the unease remains. Even though he returned safely, one thing is still unclear. What was that voice? Was it another person? A sound twisted by the forest? Or something else entirely? Whatever it was, it changed a simple solo trip into one of his most disturbing nights. In January 2020, a service member was assigned to guard duty at a checkpoint near a military base. Late one night, around 10:30, the quiet routine was suddenly interrupted by something unusual. A powerful, unfamiliar noise started carrying across the area and did not fade quickly. It went on for about 45 minutes before finally stopping around 11:15 p.m. The moment was captured on video, though it was later taken down due to security concerns. Another service member mentioned hearing the same sound the previous night. The surroundings were checked for any possible explanation. A town about 1.5 kilometers away, a nearby railway track, and a concrete water tower were all considered, but none were operating at the time. The air was still, with no wind, construction, drills, or recorded activity. Under normal circumstances, nothing nearby should have caused a sound like that. While checking the live CCTV feeds inside Castlefield House on Liverpool Road in Manchester, security staff claimed they witnessed something unforgettable. The footage shown is from that same night. As they flip through different camera angles, take a close look. After the staff had left and the building was supposed to be empty, things inside began moving. Chairs slid across the floor. Doors slammed shut. Handles shook as if someone unseen was pushing them. Papers scattered off desks. It looked active, but no one was there. For weeks, workers arrived to find chairs overturned, desks disturbed, and items moved. Management suspected cleaners, pranks, or a break-in, but no alarms went off, and there were no signs of forced entry. Reports say the activity lasted a few minutes each night, then stopped suddenly. Some point to environmental imprint theory, the idea that past events leave energy behind. So is it airflow and building issues, a hoax, or something unexplained inside an empty office? The YouTube channel Paranormal Discovery visits haunted and cursed places to find proof of ghosts. The host, Omar, and his teammates, Mo and Renai, previously visited the Blair Witch House. Omar believes they need spiritual protection because they might face evil spirits, or portals where ghosts cross over. Because fans asked for it, the group decided to camp overnight in the woods right behind the house. This was very hard for Rainey, who gets scared easily. They expected to hear animals or ghosts, but the night turned into a scary mind game. It started when they heard a woman screaming from inside the house, which sounded very real and upsetting.
Fam, so if you are a member, you'll know that we had to actually fish for our food. We didn't catch any fish. We actually ended up eating a steak. I brought hot dogs just for like last case resort. And turns out we actually had to make a steak because the quarry doesn't have any.
Hey, I heard that.
What?
I heard like a scream. Who was that? Was that you? From the house. I heard that too. That came from the house. You guys hear it?
No, I didn't hear that.
It was like a female screaming. You were like busy talking over there.
You heard it. You heard it. The female scream.
I heard it screaming.
I went back to get more rocks for the fireplace and I heard it. A scream from the house.
It didn't sound like a female screaming.
Like what?
Like, I don't know.
Like a scream for help.
Like a scream for help. Oh. Oh my God.
Like actually a girl screaming over there. Do you see anyone's lights out there?
No, that's the thing. So I just heard it and I came back right here.
Oh my God.
When I hear like a scream up in the distance,
I really hope no one's hurt.
I heard that one again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dude, there's someone screaming over there. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta stop for a second. So there's someone screaming over there. I'm not even joking.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
It's squirming.
Yeah. I think it's just cold.
I thought it was...
Yeah. I almost stepped on it, actually. There it goes.
Oh, yeah. I think it's just lost. All right, little man.
Check this out, guys. I found a snake. It's so tiny. Yo, it's like tickling me.
What kind of snake is it? Garden snake?
Probably a garden snake. It's like jumping up all around.
Rennie panicked while they were inside. He had a breakdown and ran out, claiming a little girl ran at him, touched him, and that another person was standing behind her. As Rennie bolted, Omar and Mo saw a figure running toward their camp. The situation got even weirder later when Rennie claimed he had been at the campsite the whole time and never even went in. This left everyone confused about who or what the guys actually saw. Once Omar and Mo were left alone in the house, the activity started getting physically aggressive.
Let's go down the stairs over there.
Start going down. Yo, Rennie. I don't know if he's in the house, man.
I might have ran back to the campsite, to be honest.
Whoa! Whoa!
What was that?
Dude, what?
Thrown at me. Oh, it's got nails in it. It's got nails in it. That just got thrown at me.
Did that fall or was that thrown?
Where the that fall from?
Is there someone up there?
That? Grab it. What is that?
Who's up there?
Grab it. Nail and the back of my leg.
Hey, I'm
what is
scared.
That? Bring it to me.
I think it just fell. Honestly.
It got thrown at my leg. It's impossible for that to fall. Where did it come from? Look, it's one of those moldings. Look.
Whoa.
That's missing a molding. That got thrown out of there. All the way up there. I can't even reach that. All the way up there. That just got thrown at me, dude. It's got nails in it. Holy f***. It hit me right in the leg.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good, but that scared the shit out of me. It was like a big shock.
Okay, yo, this is too much. I'm actually getting freaked out.
Scaring Rennie, there's something throwing stuff at us in here.
I'm not even joking, guys.
Oh, that took me by surprise, man. Oh,
This is a bug. Dude, I get a weird freaking feeling around me. What is this? What kind of bug is that?
Something that doesn't like you.
Okay, do you feel like a weird presence in here? This is different than the last time we came in.
Well, the fact that Rennie said he was chased by a little girl. And
is Rennie sensitive to this?
We heard a female scream.
Yeah, I mean, you guys heard. I didn't hear that. That was weird. Like, and that's the thing. Last time, did you notice that your ears heard stuff that I didn't, and vice versa?
Yeah, Rennie is sensitive.
This is
by
weird.
the way. That's why he doesn't really do haunted stuff with me. He gets really scared sometimes.
Like,
the only reason why
really?
he came today is because we're just going to be camping, which obviously is not true.
Holy crap.
While walking down the stairs, a piece of wood with nails in it was thrown hard at Omar's leg. It was clear that it didn't just fall on its own. Moments later, Omar felt something grab his shoulder so hard that he almost dropped his camera. When he went upstairs to check on a loud noise, his flashlight suddenly died. At the same time, Mo's camera light also went out. Both had brand new batteries, making them believe a spirit was draining the power from their gear. The night ended back at the campsite with one last event that left the whole crew shaken.
Yeah.
Oh, this dust just reminds me of like a horror movie.
I know.
When they throw something and they just start telling stories and things happen. So look, it's actually igniting right away. Look! What? You got with me. What do you mean?
What are you
with me? You didn't do anything.
What?
What? What the f is wrong with this guy? Seriously? You! Why did you leave this in my tent? Huh? Why the f did you leave this in my tent? Leave what in your tent?
I honest to God did not mess with your tent.
Omar, are you
No, I didn't do anything.
What the f is that? Yeah, exactly. What the f is that?
Oh, it's a head. Omar, you know what that is? The newspaper in the basement.
Wait,
Dude, what the?
We found a newspaper. I'm gonna put a replay of that. We found a newspaper in the basement of a kid holding a strange...
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
Well, I didn't think it was relevant. It was just a newspaper of a kid
Here,
holding
take
a
this.
strange head.
I think, is there someone that lives on the property that could possibly be doing this?
No, impossible.
Like, wait.
Impossible.
Okay, just hang on, guys. Okay.
This is why they say these places.
Okay, off camera. Did one of you guys, when you guys were inside there and I was outside, did one of you guys sneak around and plant that in my tent?
No, like, we didn't do anything.
What the hell is this? Look at what...
Dude, that's freaking me out. That's freaking me out.
I don't remember.
There was a girl at the bottom. I don't know if it was a boy or a girl. I don't know if it was a boy or girl holding that.
The person holding the doll head was a boy.
But there was a girl on the newspaper as well.
So that means there's two.
Because it was that 1970s look. You don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I don't know.
Out of my tent.
Okay,
why is that in my tent? Dude, that could mean there's two demons or spirits emulating kids.
God, I'm not even joking, guys. I didn't do a single thing. Are you playing, dude? Like,
anyways.
Renee started screaming when he found a doll's head inside his tent. The crew realized it was a prop they had seen earlier in the house's basement. This showed that whatever was there could follow them, enter their tents, and move their things. After this, Omar decided they had to leave immediately. As they were running away, Mo admitted he saw the figure of the little girl standing in the window. The next video is from The Journey is the Destination, a solo channel focused on paranormal and cryptid investigations in remote forests and swamps. The creator usually goes out alone at night, documenting real reactions while looking into things like Bigfoot reports, strange sounds, shadow figures, and other unexplained activity. This investigation was filmed on December 31st, 2024 at Horseshoe Bend in Florida.
All right, we have made it out to some fairly creepy woods. I've already made the trek. It's about 2.5, 3 miles to get back to this location back here. We're at Horseshoe Bend tonight. I swear to God, that was 2 knocks.
Not long after reaching deep into the woods, the explorer becomes clearly nervous when 2 loud knocks echo nearby. The sounds are strong and close, enough to cause instant panic. He says they match things he's heard at the same spot before and admits he feels on edge right away. He explains that he's about 2.5 to 3 meters into remote woods and swamp, with a river close by and very few easy ways out.
That really got me off my game a little bit because I wasn't expecting it to start right away. Now, the last time I was here, I also saw the weirdest looking humanoid creature. It had like black eyes, It was so creepy. And on my way out of here, I got lost for about 30 minutes. Then I found my way out. And then every so often on my way home, all the way out of these woods, I kept seeing this thing, and I'm getting chills just talking about it. It freaked me the hell out. But we're off to a good start.
The explorer talks about earlier visits to the area, where he says he found strange footprints and once saw a humanoid-shaped figure. Remembering that makes the moment more tense, especially since the new knock suggests something could already be nearby.
The hell was that? I don't see any gigantic acorns on this tree. What the heck was that?
While watching the tree line, he reacts to a shadow moving behind a tree, like something briefly stepped out of view. Nothing clear is caught on camera, but the movement feels intentional and clearly rattles him.
Here seems to be full of something. I found the footprints over here. I've seen the creature over this way.
Shadow.
A shadow?
He walks toward the area where he had found footprints before. The air feels colder, the swamp thicker, and the water deeper. Something moves nearby, and he keeps saying he feels like something is there. He reacts again to shadowy movement near the trees, growing more uneasy.
I'm gonna lie. That either the cold front finally kicked in, or something creepy is freaking following me, because it is ice cold behind me. Trying not to have a little bit of a panic attack right now, because honestly, I do not trust kids. I do not believe that God leaves children on earth.
Billy.
Hi, Billy.
As he starts to leave, he hears heavy movement in the branches nearby. It sounds much bigger than any small animal. The noise moves alongside him, making it feel like something is following as he leaves the swamp. After several hours, he safely gets out. Looking back, he describes the night as intense and deeply unsettling, pointing to the close knocks, strange impacts, shadow movement, responses to communication, and the constant feeling of being watched. He says he'll review the audio and footage more closely, and asks viewers to listen carefully for anything that might have been missed before ending the investigation. Sean fishes from his kayak often. That day, he was on his way to Pompano Beach for the biggest kayak fishing competition on the East Coast. What began as an exciting trip quickly became frightening. They launched at 6:45 a.m. When the starting horn went off, Sean waited a bit before heading out. At first, things went well, and he kept catching fish. The waves were rough, but still okay. Then the storm rolled in.
I knew fish were going to be scarce to come by today, so I wanted to make sure this one didn't get tangled up in my second line, so I was trying to clear my line while fighting the fish. This usually results in a big cluster. And it was too late. He was already in my other line, so I knew this was going to be a complete mess. I'd been keeping an eye on the radar all day, and there was a storm system that was building to the south that was moving our way earlier. But the futurecast showed that it was going to dissipate long before it got here. Well, it didn't dissipate. It just got bigger and stronger. Looking at the radar now, I decided it's time to pack up and get ready to... So the plan was to troll all the way in to give me a chance to get that third king mackerel and at least maybe a chance to place. But all of that changed when I felt this big swell come up from behind, and I decided, no more trolling, let's get in.
All right, guys. Sorry, tournament sucked. The bite was non-existent. We're getting rained out. You can see the big storm about to hit.
So in a span of about 2 minutes, the weather went from this to this. I was a little over 2 miles out when I decided it was time to head in. So by this time, I'd made it maybe a quarter of a mile. This is where everything started to unravel. I hit a wave and my kayak slapped the water, and when it did, the force broke the back right-hand arm of my seat. Right there. Now I'm in big trouble because I cannot sit straight up and balanced in the middle of my kayak.
The forecast said the weather would calm down, but it kept getting worse. Waves crashed into his kayak and he started to panic. Almost 2 miles from shore, surviving became his only focus. Warnings came through on the radio, and then things took a turn for the worse.
It's never a good thing when you hear this on the radio. And then it happened. Luckily, I was prepared for this. I've practiced many times flipping the kayak and getting it back upright. So I got my kayak flipped back over, climbed back on top, and had to do an assessment. Those cross swells hitting the kayak while I'm trying to get back on top made it very difficult. And still, over a mile out, I had a long ways to go. It just felt like every 30 seconds the swells were getting bigger and the wind was getting stronger. You can see that the seas are just getting rougher and rougher, and I'm having a harder time keeping my balance with the broken seat. I'm moving really far to the left on these swells to keep from flipping again. And then before I know it, another side swell gets me.
His kayak flipped 3 times.
After having already been through this once, it didn't take me as long to get the kayak flipped back over because I was getting a lot of practice at it. You can see here I'm using the fins to flip it, and I'm using my knees as leverage to get it back over the top against that strong wind. The swells kept getting bigger and my stamina was waning. I was exhausted from the constant pedaling and having to flip the kayak. The only thought in my head was, please don't let me flip again. But it was inevitable. And you can see here in slow-mo how hard I was leaning to the left to try and stay upright, but it just didn't help. And I even tried to jump off before the kayak flipped to try and keep it from flipping over, but the wind would catch the kayak and flip it over whether I jumped or not. I'd reached the point of pure exhaustion. I was really starting to doubt whether I was going to make it back or not. Now the exhaustion was starting to affect my balance. I was just about to the point that I was going to activate my inflatable life vest.
Tired and alone, he struggled against the waves, not knowing if he would survive. After a long, painful fight, Sean finally reached shore. He later said he had never been that scared before and was lucky to be alive. Out there, with exhaustion setting in, one more flip could have ended very differently. Ben and Zach Official are a paranormal investigation duo known for exploring abandoned and reportedly haunted locations. Their investigations often include solo challenges, spirit box sessions, the Estes method, and Ouija board experiments while documenting their real-time reactions to possible paranormal activity. This investigation takes place on February 25th, 2025, at a reportedly haunted rural farm property in Australia.
Myself, having to do this by myself, but I'll tell you what, man, part of the contract.
I know, this is a toughie. We had last time we did the Estes method, Zach heard something, felt something. We heard something smash at the end of the video, guys, when I lost my keys. So it'll be interesting to find out, well, Zach to find out what exactly smashed from last time. And yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Zach's going to be in that house completely alone from the very beginning.
When they arrive at the property, the team splits up to investigate different buildings. Zach goes into the original farmhouse alone, while Ben and Peter head toward a second structure that hasn't been explored before. They begin setting up cameras and paranormal equipment while talking about the location's reputation for unexplained activity. Meanwhile, inside the farmhouse, Zach says he hears footsteps and sudden noises, including doors moving. He also mentions feeling brief cold breezes and the sensation that someone is watching him.
Me, cunt, I swear to God. Holy God. It's still in here, dude. That room really intrigues me, especially up there. Especially because we've seen that python skin, dude. Footsteps. Oh my God. Oh, I'm getting so... I swear to God. Footsteps coming from like in here. No way, I hope Ben gets that on camera.
And we just heard knocking or banging inside the house, about 3. And you reckon you just heard a woman's voice?
Yeah.
Clear as day, there was knocking in that house. We were just reviewing the footage about the scream that Zach heard that made him run down to us. And then we heard it. We had to quickly start recording. You were in there by yourself, dude. Oh my God.
What?
My camera just tried focusing on something bottom left corner.
Really?
For no reason.
Ben and Peter explore the second building, where they find overturned furniture and objects that seem out of place. Inside, they report hearing faint voices, footsteps, and other unexplained sounds, similar to what Zach experienced in the farmhouse. After regrouping, the team continues the investigation together and notices sudden cold gusts of air while running spirit box sessions. During this time, Ben says he briefly sees the figure of a woman wearing what looks like a dark apron. As they continue their experiments, they keep hearing footsteps and slight movement inside the building.
It just walked past me and Pete.
A Ouija board.
Me and Zach.
A Ouija board.
I don't think we need to.
No,
I really think this is one of the rare times where we don't need to a Ouija board, dude.
I reckon we should still. Might get more activity.
Nah, it's been some. I don't think we need to.
Dude,
I felt it breeze past me too.
Ooh,
bro,
just this little...
Bro, I literally heard something out there, and then as you said it, I felt a...
It's in here. Help us go. Guy just said before hell, I had to process what he said. I had to think about it. It sounded like hell.
Is there an evil spirit here that is angry?
I don't feel good, bro. Not after it's up.
Hell again by a woman? Following.
Are you
following?
Are you following us?
Little whisper, Zach.
During a Ouija board session, the planche appears to move across the board as they ask questions. At the same time, they report other disturbances such as cold air, tugging on their clothing, and low growling sounds somewhere on the property. From the start of the investigation, the atmosphere at the farm feels tense, with the reported footsteps, spirit box responses, strange sensations, and the Ouija board activity. The team describes the experience as one of their most intense explorations, leaving them convinced that the location may hold a powerful and unsettling presence. For Chad, that particular night turned out to be far more intense than expected. While investigating the infamous Norwich State Hospital, he ended up facing a situation that truly tested his courage.
You guys have seen me here before, doing some of the other buildings around during the daytime, but I've never been here at night, and I've never been inside of this building that I'm standing in right now, which is the administrative building. I heard it was real haunted, doors slamming, footsteps, all kinds of different stuff.
Chad, along with his friend Nick from Deserted Explorations, arrived at the massive Norwich State Hospital to explore the main administrative building, a place rumored to have paranormal activity. As soon as they stepped inside, the heavy atmosphere was noticeable. After hearing unusual footsteps coming from another part of the building, Chad made a risky choice. While his friends went in a different direction, he decided to go alone, heading down into the dark lower levels of the building.
I'm gonna go up this way and see what in the hell could possibly be on this floor. Look at these doors on the entrance to the hospital. Like, you guys don't even realize the size of these things just looking at it on the camera, but they're pretty big doors. Probably about 9 or 10 feet. Dude, this is made of all marble. Right here. These steps. They got the marble on them all the way up the top. That's crazy. This is really weird. What's back here? They walked in a different direction. I'm walking over here. Whoa, oh, this. Look at this. There's a freaking giant safe. Somebody put like the Joker's thing, like the Joker circle around it. Whoa, this is weird. Okay. So yeah, these are giant metal doors right here. These are actually really heavy. They look thin. So there's a safe door, which you see right here. This is the safe door. And then there's other doors right back here that are also made of metal and very, very old school.
As Chad continued deeper into the basement alone, he came across a large antique safe in a deteriorating room. Curious about it, he used a ghost hunting device and asked if any spirits could explain what the safe had been used for. Moments later, the device responded with a single word: bank. The direct reply made him feel like something might be there with him, listening to everything he said.
Look at the angle I'm at. Like, like, what if a crazy person just jumps right out of there right now? Like, I'd have to think fast, I swear to God. What is this? Is this another safe? Because look at this door. Oh, it is another safe. Look, it is another safe. It's a separate one. Here's the combination. That's as far as it's going. This doesn't move at all. Yeah, right here, guys. Oh, wow, this is really tight. This is really, really tight. This is real tight. So I'm in the safe. I got the Ovilus on. Can you say something related to money or something that was related to this safe? If you are here. Yeah, this is real, real weird. I wonder what this was used for. Whoa, whoa, dude. I said, can you tell me something about the safe? There's the safe. And it says, bank. You guys just heard me. I said, can you tell me something about the safe? Say money or say anything related to the safe. And it says, Bang.
As Chad continued exploring alone, the device began giving words that seemed to guide him through the ruined hallways. It said things like panel and tub, which led him to an old electrical panel and then to a broken bathroom with a single bathtub. With every step, it felt more like something unseen was directing him. Still, Chad kept going, not realizing he might be moving deeper into danger.
I know you guys are not going to sit there and go, oh yeah, I'd love to be alone down here. This would be the dream of mine, walking around in a building in the basement alone. It's one thing if it's me, like I'm just like, oh, okay, that looks crazy. Let me go check it out. You guys probably are like, don't go over there, don't go over there. What could possibly be over there? Well, you don't know. Look at this, this is cool. So like, I can go up on that side or that side. It said panel. It said panel on the Oculus. So I was downstairs where the panel was. So I'm gonna actually walk back there. I'm gonna walk back there and see what's going on down there and see if I can get some answers. It's getting colder, man. Is there another way? Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, dude. There's the tub. There's the tub. It said tub. Now it's talking again. Before it said tub on here. On here. It said tub, and now I found the tub.
His solo exploration took a frightening turn when he returned to the basement. While standing in the heavy darkness, something was suddenly thrown at him with great force, crashing loudly onto the debris-covered floor.
It's so freaking creepy down here. I know I probably haven't said that in a little bit. It is freaking creepy down here. Where you want me to go? Derek? Derek? Whoa! Dude, something just got freaking thrown at me.
Later, while exploring an upper floor by himself, the mood suddenly changed from eerie to something far darker. The ghost hunting device, which had been quiet, suddenly spoke a single word in a distorted, demonic-sounding voice.
Who's Sally? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dude. That just changed the whole game. That just changed the whole game, dude. I hear something moving, dude. Or walking around. What the hell? It's over here. It's over here somewhere. What the hell, dude? What the hell? Just so you know, I ain't scared of you.
The threatening tone filled Chad with fear as the word remained on the device's screen. Moments later, a low growling sound came from a nearby room. It no longer felt like he was dealing with a harmless presence. Something darker seemed to be there, and he was completely alone.
Dude, I just heard like a growling sound or some kind of sound. It was coming. It was coming from right there. It was coming from right here. It was coming from right here, man. I heard a sound over here. Shaking. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm shaking. You got me a little bit shaken.
While standing across the street and looking back at the administrative building, a bright light suddenly appeared in one of the windows they had just been in, a place with no electricity and no other explorers. The strange light felt like a final, eerie sign from whatever was inside. Chad was fortunate to leave Norwich State Hospital unharmed. The experience serves as a reminder that calling out into the darkness can bring an unexpected response. The next unsettling video comes from Camping with Sasquatch, a US-based channel focused on solo camping, night hikes, and strange activity in the woods. The creator often looks into Bigfoot reports and unusual sounds while camping alone in remote areas. This investigation takes place on April 29, 2025 in East Texas. He reaches a meadow surrounded by thick forest and quickly notices oddly bent and arched trees. Fallen logs and heavy growth form tight paths that make it hard to see far ahead. He sets up audio recorders to catch night sounds as owl calls echo in the distance, giving the quiet area an uneasy, watchful feel.
Kind of in a meadow. Little meadow. I don't know what I just found here, but if that is scat, there's my shoe next to it. Look at this. That is freaking huge, if that's what it is. And there's a couple more pieces over here. No way, right? Maybe it's a huge hog or something else. That's freaking enormous though. As big as my foot.
The tracks might belong to a large wild boar, but he isn't sure. The find quickly changes his mood from curious to cautious.
Weird owl calls. See if they do it again. I just heard a tree crash. Right that way. The tree crash came from the same direction as the owl calls.
He places more recorders in the direction where the howls came from earlier. The woods feel active, with thick bends and fallen trees blocking his view. Small sounds move unpredictably through the dark, making it feel like something could be close without being seen.
There's some howls. Wow. This trail has a vibe to it. Smell something too. So I've been hiking a little bit, and just sitting once in a while, listening. I'm hoping some of those howls I just recorded were closer to my mics so they came in better. I think I got them pretty good. Definitely an eerie night. I wasn't really feeling it with that trail I was on, so I turned around, kind of got a vibe, smelled something, and I don't know. Don't need to find out.
While hiking the trail at night, deep howls echo through the trees. At the same time, a strong, unfamiliar smell fills the air. With poor visibility and the forest starting to feel overwhelming, he decides to head back while keeping the camera rolling. The East Texas forest leaves a strong impression. Strange tree bends, large scat, loud crashes, distant howls, and odd smells make the experience hard to explain. He leaves with audio and video to review later and plans to return to see what might be living there. The next video was posted by the channel Urban Exploration in August 2016. The uploader had been creeped out for days because a guy in a black hoodie kept standing perfectly still outside his apartment. The man wasn't on his phone or moving at all. He was just staring at the windows. The uploader said this happened for 4 nights in a row. His friends and family thought he was just being paranoid. So around 3 a.m. on August 22nd, he filmed it to prove he wasn't making it up. After filming for a minute from his window, he decided decided to head downstairs to confront the guy. But by the time he got outside, the spot was empty. He scanned the whole area with his camera, but there was no one in the shadows and no sound of anyone running away. Whether the guy hid or just vanished, the uncertainty is the creepiest part. Winter had frozen the river, leaving it cold and still, with fish moving slowly under the ice. An angler was out fishing with a spinning rod and a Rapala lure, expecting a normal winter trip. After moving upstream without any bites, he stopped at a small spot under low branches. As he got ready to cast, he noticed a dark shape moving beneath the water.
What in the heck? I hope that's not what I think it is. Oh my gosh. Are you guys seeing this? You guys see that dark thing right there? I'm not even lying to you guys. I think that is a freaking mountain lion because the tail is super long. I think that is a freaking mountain lion, you guys. Like, what? That is honestly really eerie. Dude, okay. That is honestly freaky. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna grab this big stick and we're gonna try to lift that whatever it is out of the water just so we can get a better look. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh my gosh, that is freaking creepy, dude. What is that? Look at that. Look at that. You guys see that tail? Oh my gosh, man. Like, I don't know why, but I'm like scared touching this thing. Just cause, I mean, if it was alive, it could straight up kill me. It's like frozen solid. Literally frozen solid. Let's get him up on shore here so we can get a good look. Whoa, that is... Oh my gosh. Oh wow, that's heavy. It's a heavy cat. What in the world did I just find? I mean, that's kind of a interesting start to our fishing day. I mean, that is sad. Doesn't look like a huge one. I mean, I don't really know anything about mountain lions, but that looks like a pretty young cat. It's kind of sad. I mean, look at that. I feel like I find the weirdest stuff while I'm out fishing. Giant fish, a mountain lion. I mean, I was just about to cast in this little spot right here because it looks really good. You know, I'm sure there's some fish tucked up under this bush. But no, I found a mountain lion. Wonder how it... I mean, it was just sitting right there. Who knows? Either way, really sad. Well, that's crazy, folks. That is the first time. I mean, I've seen deer and coyotes while I'm fishing, but never have I seen a mountain lion. I feel like that's the equivalent to finding a grizzly bear. I mean, you just don't see them that often.
Using a branch, he lifted it and saw something disturbing. A young mountain lion frozen solid. He pulled it onto the bank, shocked by how heavy it was, and by the sight of such a rare animal lying dead in shallow water. He had seen dead deer and coyotes before, but this felt different. After filming it, he moved on, but the image stayed with him. Hours passed with no luck fishing. Eventually, the fish started biting, and even with a broken reel, he caught a few trout and kept one to eat. As he packed up, the same question stuck with him. How did a mountain lion end up frozen in a quiet river? In a place where that rarely happens, the mystery made the strange day even more unsettling. A homeowner gets a chilling alert showing a man at the front door trying to break in, focusing on the electronic lock, making it clear his actions are intentional.
You better not be breaking into my house. He's breaking into my house. Some breaking into my house. Dude. What the? Get out of here. 009 68th Avenue West. Please hurry. Somebody's trying to break into my home. 1009 68th Avenue West. Bradenton. Yes. My husband and my kids are home. My name's Stoller. There's some guy on my Ring camera right now trying to break into my home. My husband's phone is dead. Nobody's answering. Please hurry. Please hurry. He's trying to break into our electric lock. Thank you. I'm talking to him through the Ring camera, but he doesn't care. I'm at work, but my kids and my husband are home. He's walking off my porch right now. I have him on video. Please hurry.
Inside, the family is home but unable to react properly, while the homeowner, away at work, can only watch helplessly through the camera as the intruder continues without hesitation, turning the situation tense and alarming, leading to an urgent call to authorities. And even though the man eventually walks away from the porch, the fear lingers. A woman worked at a 911 dispatch center where every call can mean life or death. Late at night, once the calls stop and the radios go quiet, the building turns still. Just empty halls and low lights. But she says she was not alone. For weeks, strange things kept happening inside. Phones rang even though they were not connected. Drawers slowly opened by themselves. In total silence, she sometimes heard someone whisper her name. The disturbing part is that it all started the same day her boss talked about moving the dispatch center to a new building. Almost like something inside did not want them to leave.
So I'm at work again. Poulter's up, as we're now referring to her. Hey, nobody. I don't know. Nobody should be here.
Buildings like that are more than workspaces. They absorb distress, urgency, and final conversations. A dispatcher is often the last person someone speaks to before a life changes. Some people believe that the level of emotion lingers instead of fading. In her situation, it may have shifted into something else. When she uploaded the footage, the responses poured in. Some encouraged her to reach out to whatever was present, while others warned her to ignore it, claiming attention can intensify the activity. Sadly, that is what happened afterward.
Y'all have been following my Poulter diaries here lately. So I'm pretty sure there's something standing in the doorway to the break room. Am I crazy, or is that somebody standing there? Do y'all see that?
The second she sees the movement, she completely freezes because this time, there is no doubt, something is in the building with her. Her boss later stepped in and said she would not have to work alone anymore. But it was not just about safety, it was about confirming whether the activity was real. One night, she went back with someone else there, and what they recorded only made the mystery worse.
Hey guys, this is just an update to let you all know that I'm okay. I'm back at work today, but I'm no longer working by myself. I have someone here with me. Everything's been fine so far. We haven't had anything today, so and here we go. What was that? What? It came from the hallway. Oh my god. No. Oh my god.
The possibility that something was up in the attic left them both shaken. No one has figured out what was really inside that dispatch center. There were no confirmed break-ins, and no solid explanations, only the recording and the troubling thought that some places keep the memory of every crisis and final call, and sometimes they refuse to release it. On March 14th, 2023, a man was at a laundromat in Araruna, Spain, finishing up his laundry. Once his clothes were done, he grabbed his bags and headed outside. Just moments after he stepped out, something unexpected happened. A dryer close to the entrance suddenly blew up. If he had remained inside just a little longer, the outcome could have been serious. Authorities later explained that a lighter had been left in someone's pocket, and the heat from the machine caused the butane inside to ignite. Thankfully, no one was injured. After the incident, the laundromat put up clear signs urging customers to double-check their pockets before using the dryers. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can stay updated with our latest videos.